Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday? Happy Sunday. It's Easter. You know what that means? We have to go find Jesus in the woods. He's hiding in these little eggs. That'd be fucked up. I was about to talk about JoJo stuff, but I understand that the new anime is coming out, and a lot of people haven't seen or read, I've read Part 7. Never mind. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Yo, was the last song that played, was that guy's voice not fucking insane? Isn't that insane that he's able to do that? Fucking, oh, that's crazy. To sing like that? That's wild. Sure, it's coming out. Yeah, it's totally. Yep. I'm sorry, JoJo fans. Y'all have it fucking rough. I think it was a bit of a blessing for me to decide, yeah, I'll watch part 5 at some point, and then I did that thing where I just didn't watch it. You know what I mean? Also, I've been struggling to find what the background music for today's stream is going to be, but dude, oh my god. Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Yes. Louder. Yes. With the birds, bro? Yes, man. What was that song? That was from Final Fantasy 14. There's a god that they made up for the game called Raana. He's like, basically, that's much too loud. It immediately got really loud. Okay. The last song that played was called, what was it called? Unbending Steel. But basically, the FF14 team, they were like, we want to make our own Final Fantasy god, so they made General Grievous, but what if he was a bug? What if he was a bug? I also want to show you his voice, because his voice is crazy. I've been like talking about voice acting with Carrie, cuz yesterday I was sending her some unused dialogue from Mog in Elden Ring, and she was like, his voice is fucking insane. And I said, yeah. And then she found a video that was like, this is the same voice actor, and it was Mog's dialogue. You know, fucking, welcome, honored guest, you know. And then, same guy in The Batman. I haven't seen The Batman, but he's the guy in The Batman. I know him better as the dude from Chernobyl. Everything is fine. Everything is perfectly fine. Day 7 of work? Oh, dude. But I gotta show you Ravana's voice. Cause dude sounds fucking awesome. Hold up. Oblivion OST, calm down.
Dance to the song of ringing steel.
Dude, yes.
Furious as a blaze. Perish.
Piss?
Bleed. Feel my blades. I am invincible. Wilt thou yield? Take wing, ye souls of war!
I love that one. I love that one. Because he does that one, and then the butterfly mechanic shows up, and you gotta kill the butterflies.
Prepare thyself!
Oh, dude, that fucking hits. That fucking hits. Yes, man. You fucking... Oh.
Prepare thyself!
Yes, dude.
Unyielding as the earth! Fall before me! Thou hast bested me.
Dude. Oh. 2 warriors on the battlefield. Dude screams, prepare thyself like that. Dude, you know he's gonna do some crazy shit. He's gonna do some, like, Virgil Judgment Cut shit. What are those audio clips from? It's FF14. Final Fantasy 14 Heavensward. This is from a boss, Ravana. Ravana's a cool cookie. Hold on. I gotta show you Mogwin from Elden Ring screaming sex. It makes more sense when you know the thing. Okay, so in the game, Mog has a mechanic where he counts down from 3 in Latin, and then he screams nothing, 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 which does like consecutive damage. But apparently, at some point in development, he counted down from 6, and the reason why, I think, is because he's like a demon. So I think it's supposed to be like, oh, he's like the devil from the Bible. So if you listen here, these are all the these are the unused dialogue from his performance. His actor, hold on. His actor is the Con O'Neill, who you've probably seen in something, at least. You have probably seen Con O'Neill in something.
Now surrender yourself to my blood, to our coming dynasty.
So I was talking with Carrie about this. That vocal range, I bet we both agreed, like, his voice was probably fucked up after that session, and it's probably the reason why he went that hard is because Mog only has like 10 lines total, maybe. Like 10 lines that actually like recorded, and then like a few that actually made it into the final product. Like, yeah, it sounds like it hurts. Carrie said to me, like, it sounds like his throat is bleeding, which is perfect for the character, but
for all eternity. Sex. Quinque. Quattro. Tres. Duo. Unus. Nihil. Nihil. Nihil.
Awesome. Mog looks like it would hurt for him to speak. That's true. That's true. I don't know. There's something about, and you'll notice this as you guys keep watching our content with Carrie and I, because we are voice actors, and because that's a thing that we know. It's like our wheelhouse, right? If there is a character who shows up and they have an interesting voice or vocal performance, Carrie and I immediately lock in because we're like, what are you doing in that microphone? What are you doing there? And so let's compare really quick, because there was that. Let me grab Carrie's. So Con O'Neill is not a voice actor primarily. He is primarily an on-screen live-action actor. Like, again, Chernobyl, The Batman, ton of other stuff. But the voice actor for Margit / Morgott is a voice actor. He is primarily a voice actor. He shows up in a lot of different stuff. I knew him before Elden Ring as Alphino and Alize's father from Final Fantasy 14. And I want to just directly compare I want you to listen to these different vocal performances, because it's interesting how just the microphone is different. So let's get the raw line. So listen here.
Now surrender yourself to my blood, to our coming dynasty.
And compare that to...
Let it be Morgott the Fell. As I thought, thou art of passing valor, but the dark of night is yet to lift.
Do you hear how fucking crisp that audio is? Do you hear how goddamn close he is to that microphone? This dude, also obviously not recorded in the same place. These are probably either in studios that they were able to get to locally, or even home studios possibly. But like, it's insane.
Foul tarnished, thou marred by the flame of ambition.
For all eternity.
Like, you could tell it's a different mic, but, like, the room that they're in is very different as well. And the way their voices... Now, obviously, these aren't the raw lines, so we don't know what, like, the raw audio would sound like. But given that there is a difference, we know that there was enough of a difference that it would affect the final result.
Whose hand graspeth thy leash, I wonder? Or perhaps thy will is thine own? Tremble now with fear, for the hands of the fell omen will soon be upon thee to put out thy little flame. Enchantress Rani, Captain Rykard, felled by King Morgoth, Elden Lord. The Erd Tree is firmly rooted, always an apt reward for thy brash ambition.
You see how fucking... Those plosives are fucking clean, bro. That's fucking crazy. Morgoth was an Elden Lord? No. At some point in development, he was. So, I was also talking with Carrie about this. Mog, we can assume, was a very, very late in development addition. Because, like, even his model is not called Mog or Mogwin. It's called, like, Greater Demon or something like that. So, at some point, Mog did not exist as a character until, like, way, way, way late in development. And we can assume from the voice lines of Morgoth, Morgoth's lines were recorded, or maybe even re-recorded, very, 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 very early on. So there was a lot that changed. A lot that changed in development. So, at some point, yeah, he was Elden Lord, or claimed to be. Yeah, but that was all the cut dialogue that got data mined out. There's a lot of cool stuff you can find in the files for these games if you dig deep enough. It's really, really, really cool. I remember I talked about this a couple streams ago. I had all Dark Souls, 1 through 3. I had all sound effects and voice lines downloaded onto like a Google Drive. I found it. It fell off the back of a truck. But in those voice lines, you could find cut dialogue. And I remember listening to some of them, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I can't remember any of it now, because this is years ago. Years and years and years ago. But it was really cool. Can't wait for all the cut content to show up in the next game. Nah, I don't think we're getting another Elden Ring or some shit for a long fucking time. Now that we're getting Duskbloods. Chat, you can pay me enough money to give a fuck about Duskbloods. I already wasn't really fucking with the aesthetic. I don't know, the Victorian Gothic era, like, it's cool, but I don't know. There's something about that, it doesn't speak to me personally. So I wasn't, like, super jazzed about it, but then they were like, it's a battle royale! And I was like, oh, well, now it's extra fucking dead. Now it's immediately killed in my heart. Have you heard of the High Elves? Why won't you die? Are you saying you don't want money? Oh, I do want money. But if you were paying me to, like if somebody came in and was like, here, streamer, here's $60, please play Duskbloods. I'd be like, thanks for the money. No. So, I mean, there was another thing that we were watching too last night. I was showing Carrie that there was a cut mechanic related to the spirit summoning way early in development of Elden Ring, but late enough that voice actors recorded for it, where you would be able to give something called Dream Brew to people, and it would like make them fall asleep, and you would be able to like interact with them in some way to find out more plot or like get something with the spirit summons. But the voice actors for like most of the NPCs have dialogue going like, oh, you're giving me Dream Brew? Yay! Or if you give it to Gideon, he's like, I fucking know what that is. Oh, you think you want my secrets? Lol, 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 idiot, stupid. It's awesome. It's so cool. I love looking through that kind of stuff. I would love to have a book released or a documentary or something where the FromSoft team just talks about, like, here's every stage of Elder, kind of like what Resident Evil 4 was, where we get to learn, like, at what point was this a different game? And how many times was it a completely different game from the final product? Because if you are aware, Resident Evil 4 is how we got other shit like Haunting Grounds, famously Devil May Cry, and so on and so forth. And there's like so many different versions of Resident Evil, of which later Resident Evil games give reference to the versions that you can't play. And the versions that, like, they were so well known that you can, that there are references to them in other things. It's so fucking cool. It's so neat. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Come on in. Come on in. We're going to be playing a high elf today. Now, here's the thing. I was looking through a lot of high elf heraldry, because there used to be these great army books. I can show you actually now. Hold on. Oh, I love Miss Chalice. We haven't watched her Night Rain videos because we haven't finished Night Rain. But like there was one video that she started. I think she was dressed as the Undertaker. And she was like, you will all admire the drip. And I was like, I'm admiring. That's fucking awesome. Oh, yeah. I love Miss Chalice. 1 minute. Where's the... I knew that would fucking get you, Foss. I fucking knew it would get you. What? Why? Something is very wrong. Something is very wrong. Don't you fucking fresh and wriggly. Don't you fucking do that. What did I ever do to you, streamer? Oh, it's such a... I show you a funny clip and you go, ugh, disgusting. Okay. Here's what we were with. I was looking at, how the fuck would you pronounce this, chat? Kothikwe? 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 It sounds silly when we sound it out. Anyway, we were looking... I was looking at this last night. And I saw this guy. And I was like, oh, that's a great color. That deep sea green? Oh, yes. Kothik? Kothik? Like gothic. Gothic. Kothik. Gothic. Coughing baby. Cock it. It's the one kingdom that I'm like, that, but you suck. Aetane, I can live with. Fucking Calidor, Yvrace, awesome. Cool, great. Kothic? Kothic sounds fine, but I don't know if that's... I'm pretty sure Kothic is set in Total War. Okay, then we'll go with that one. Gothic. All right, we'll go with Gothic. The E is silent. We'll just ignore the last two letters. The U and the E we could just ignore. It's fine. But anyway, I was looking at this because the 3D print I have today from Vivi. Thank you, Vivi. Thank you, Vivi. The 3D print I have today is it has this on the shield, the hippocampus. Thank you, Carrie, for telling me what that beast was. There's a hippocampus on it, and I was just like, I don't know what color we should go for. I don't really understand. But then I saw this and I was like, oh damn, that's it. That's it, bro. So we're gonna go with the silver armor, white cloth, and then like this deep sea green for the stuff. And then the leather, kind of yellowish brown. We'll take some liberties here and there, but you know, we'll go where we go. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. I somewhat wish that GW released army books like this again. You know what I mean? And I think they do in the Arcane Journals. Like the Arcane Journals, I know for Cathay have stuff like this. But that also gets into I wish they were more widely available and yada yada yada. I'll tell you what though. There was, I think it's Saphistry? Safari? Oh, the dragons. Oh. Okay. I fuck with Kalidor heavy. You know me. I love dragons. You know me. Here's my problem. Is that they display the default colors as red and green, and I hate this. Now, the thing that eases the mind goblins, I'll tell you. It's the fact that the regular ass soldiers are going to mainly follow their main lord's colors, and the main lords take their colors based on the dragon scales. So if I had like dragon princes, right? I have a unit of dragon princes. I would probably paint all of their armor unique. So like one guy has gold to represent the golden scales, red, blue, green. You know, like that would be so fucking, that'd be cool. And then the soldiers, I don't know. We'll go for some sort of default, but I don't know. It's, I don't know. It's not my vibe. And maybe it's this specific shade of green and red that's really bothering me, but there's something about it I'm just like, I don't know. God, look at him. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah. Illyrian with its very fun purple. Purple and blue. Good, good, good. Avalorn, my beloved. Oh. Now, here's how you do reds, oranges, and greens correctly. Like, look at this. These, like, natural earthy tones. The heart motif, bro. The heart motif, I adore. I love it. I love heart motifs. God, it's so good. Safari. Here we are. Now, regular color. You know me. I love blue. You know me. I love purple. But you know what I love even more than that? Capes and fabric with the cosmos on them. That is so cool! The interior of the cape has the fucking stars on it, bro. That's so awesome. Computer. Enhance. That's so awesome. That's so awesome, dude. That's so cool. I definitely, when we start painting some Stormcast on the channel, when we start painting some Stormcast, we're doing Hallowed Knights because silver Blue. I like blue, chat. Come on. I like blue. But I definitely think for capes and stuff, we are doing stars on the capes. We're doing constellations, we're doing stars, and it's going to look fucking awesome. Oh, Pandora, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5-month sub. Where are my elf glazers at? I'm right here. I'm right. I throw out my hands. It's me. It's me. I glaze like the best of them. So cool. Oh yeah, the phoenixes. When they get old, they turn to ice. And then what happens when they die? I don't fucking know. You think they would just be reborn, given the fact that they're phoenixes, but... I am Tyrion's strongest soldier. The elves are really fucking awesome. There is something that, like, activates my brain. Okay. Elf haters be like, meh, elves are so awful and terrible. But then they watch the intro to The Lord of the Rings where there's the shot of the orcs hitting the elves and they're all doing the uppercut with the fucking swords. And then neuron activation. That's all it takes. Because it's like, oh, yo. Dude, it's so good. And the fucking sound design for that. Oh. Yeah. It's so good, man. That's so good. When they fired through their own line and Elrond doesn't even flinch. Yes, man. It's so fucking good. Yes. Oh. 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 I truly wish the old world gives an entire refresh for Beastmen or a new model for Settra, the imperishable High King of Nehekar. Okay, yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Rumor. Ding, 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 ding. Rumor. Allegedly. And this is because they are, like, by and large, one of the most popular armies in the old world, and because they know the kits will sell. You know how Chaos Marauders got a refresh for Old World? And they were really popular? Well, rumor has it that Chaos Knights are next for getting a refresh. That's the rumor. Is that Warriors of Chaos will continue to get more refreshes. However you feel about that, I don't know. I like the current Chaos Knight kit. I think it's very cute. Excuse me. But, I mean, honestly, like, making everything in Old World into plastic is not a bad idea. And also, don't forget, chat. If you see somebody online going like, Old World isn't selling as well as they think. Never forget GW, from the horse's own mouth. GW was like, yo, this is doing so much better than we thought it would. Specifically in reference to, Cathay. When you see Chaos Knights, I remember I'm thinking about big bots. Pfft, lame. Mechs, awful. Pfft, stupid. Oh, you're barely a faction. You know what I'm talking about? Motherfuckers riding horses. Evil horses. Evil dudes and ladies riding evil fucking horses. Dude, far to the east, an army of evil is fucking rising. Death Knights of Krail. Dude. Mech stupid? Batchball issue, please do Battletech episode. I don't know shit about fuck about Battletech, but I'm willing to learn. I like learning. Turns out people actually like old Warhammer. This whole war games probably helped that a lot. It did, but also, like, I feel there's so much misinformation out there about, like, why did old world... Why did Warhammer Fantasy die? And there's a lot of misinformation of, like, oh, it's just GW being stupid. GW is so stupid, and they're also evil, but also so stupid and incompetent, but also the the epitome of all evil. There's a lot of misinfo about what happened with Warhammer Fantasy, and I'll tell you what it is from everybody who has worked there, from everybody who formerly and currently works at GW. It's not a secret. It's because Fantasy didn't fucking sell. It didn't sell. It wasn't that popular. Famously, Paint was selling more than all of Warhammer Fantasy. One box of Space Marine Tacticals, I'm talking Firstborn, outsold all of Fantasy. One Marine kit was outselling an entire game. So a little bit more context. During this time, GW also was making Middle-earth, the strategy game, right? Because they also make that. A lot of people are surprised when they find that out, because it's a little weird that they have the license to do that, and they make a war game about Middle-earth, and you're like, oh, okay, sure. Now, Middle-earth was really, really popular, because the movies were very popular at this time. But the moment that trilogy ended, Middle-earth wasn't selling that well anymore. Because the movies were over. But now, there was a bit of a money gap. We're no longer making a lot of profit. And also during this time, there was a bunch of other changes. Like, okay, well, there's like a lot of technology progressing in the miniature world. We're going from metal to resin. They tried this fine cast thing, and but now we're doing plastic and molding and yada, 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 yada. There was a lot of stuff going on. But the fact of the matter is, the core of why Fantasy ended was because it didn't make fucking money. It did not make money. So what do? Well, we get rid of it. And it wasn't a big plan. It wasn't a thing that was discussed. Literally, there were employees working on 8th edition Bretonians when a boss came in and was like, hey, wrap it up, we're done. And the employees went, what? They're like, yeah, no, we're not doing, we're not doing it anymore. The setting's over. We're moving on to a different thing. And we're like, oh, okay. So then they said, well, what do we do? Oh, well, we'll have these miniatures still ready for a game. Let's make a new game. We'll call it Age of Sigmar, and then we'll figure out the lore later. So they make Age of Sigmar, and you can use all of your fantasy miniatures for it, and here are the rules. And here's how... Okay, listen. If you want to go down a really fucked up rabbit hole, go read the first edition rules for Age of Sigmar. The first thing you might notice is that there are no points. Models don't have points. Models barely have rules. So this is how fucked up this happened. Then Total War Warhammer happened? No, because that happened while that was in development for years. Total War Warhammer was being worked on. And by the way, no, they didn't know, because the way licensing works is that they don't know shit. They're paid to... GW approaches you, you're a game dev, and they go, hey, we'd like you to make a setting. We'd like you to make a game in our setting. Here's what we want. You're commissioning something. You're commissioning, hey, I want this game, and they go, oh, okay, and then you talk about that. But you're not going to be informed of like, hey guys, just a heads up, like the setting's going to blow up. So if you go down the end times or you read AoS first edition, you're going to start to feel like this feels really rushed, and that's because it was. Because I imagine profits were fucking dire. And then you had and then you had people getting mad, and they set fire to their armies. There was that one video where the dude set fire to his army, and that's couldn't be me, but brother, could not be me. Ooh, no. So then you have a bunch of resentment towards Age of Sigmar. It's the blame is put on it rather than fantasy itself for killing, quote unquote, fantasy. Cut to a couple years ago, where Old World is back. Now, when they did Old World, it was a bit of a soft launch. They basically just said, hey, you can use all of your old miniatures, and we'll see how that goes. And then some time passed, and GW wanted to do a risk. They wanted to risk something. They added a new army, and that army was Cathay. Cathay, from everything I can tell, was a wildly successful army. Wildly successful. Because also it's nice to have a full army that's all plastic, and that we can, it's easy to work with, and it also helps that they look fucking awesome. And since that release of Cathay, again, straight from GW themselves, they're like, oh my god, Old World is really popular. Okay. So when Old World first came out, they basically said like, hey guys, we're not gonna add any more factions, we're not gonna refresh anything. Here's Old World, here's the bare bones, take it or leave it. But now you see more Arcane Journals coming out. And now we're getting more factions coming out. Cathay just got their second wave. So that earlier statement of, oh yeah, this is like we're not going to do anything special for this, but this is to make fantasy players happy. That seems to have been rolled back a little bit. So now we're going to get probably even more factions, more refreshes, more and more and more. And we can have a wonderful little harmony where all three core games are very successful, and we can all love each other's miniatures and think that everybody's rules are really interesting, and we can all live in harmony. Maybe hot take or me talking out of my ass, but AoS might be second in the wargame space, but third in presence-wise of Warhammers. Okay. If you're talking like in pop culture, yesn't. That I would have agreed with you before Age of Sigmar 4th edition. 4th edition of AoS has been the best PR that they've ever fucking had for that game, because now it is seen as, hey, do you want to play a Warhammer game that is really easy to get into and has some of the best minis you've ever seen? Here you go. So I do agree with you that, like, the layman, the normie will probably think, oh, Fantasy Warhammer, that's like that video game, right? And that's a big boost. And it would really help if AoS... It would really help if AoS had a good video game, please. GW, please. Please give me a good video. Please. I, friends, have completely left 40k for AoS 4th. Again, out of all the games, I've played Heresy. I've played 40k. I've attempted to play Old World. I've played AoS, and by far, AoS is the easiest to get into. It's so easy. And also, Lou is in chat. I play with Lou all the time, and there's a lot of moments where he's like, oh yeah, and then this has to happen. And he's like reciting a 40k thing, and I go, nah, brother. You just go in. And he goes, what? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, what? I can just fly over the terrain? I'm like, yeah, you don't have to fucking measure diagonally to go up and then across and then down again. You just fly over it because you're fucking flying. AoS make a killer RPG setting. Everything in my heart of hearts screams, give me... There's two avenues I could definitely see AoS going down, especially with 4th edition focusing so much around Skaven. Although the first recommendation would probably not require anything like that. Get a computer, a CRPG made by Owlcat or otherwise, and just have a fucking awesome RPG. Alternatively, you make a Vermintide type game, but instead of only having humans to play as, you have a representation of every Order faction in there. So you have like a normal human from the cities of Sigmar. Maybe they're a wizard. You have a Stormcast. You have a Daughter of Cain. You have a Kurnoth. You have all these different races. And so people are going to be like, whoa, what the fuck? All these people work together? And you're like, yeah, they do. Excuse me, I played the Elf and Vermintide. There's fucking 80 humans, and there's 1 elf and 1 dwarf. Hate it. Can't wait for the biggest AoS game to be Vampire Survivor clone because it's strapped to 40k. I mean, whatever gets people interested in the setting. Like, that's my thought, right? You know, if somebody plays that Vampire Survivors clone and they see the Stormcast marching around and killing things and going like, yo, this Stormcast lady looks really fucking awesome. Whatever. Sure. Get in here. Oh, man. I just love AoS. I think it's really fun. I think it's really cool. And I think we can all live in harmony. Like, tabletop game-wise, there's 2 categories. There's the category that 40k and AoS are in, and then there's the category that Old World and Horus Heresy are in. Where you have 40k AoS are for, like, casual play, pretty chill vibes, skirmish games, right? And then you have you have Horus Heresy and Old World, which is for psychopaths who are like, oh, what if I brought 10,000 units of infantry? Wouldn't that be sick? And I'm not saying that as a bad thing. I'm saying that as, like, it's more niche. It's far more niche. There's way more rules. They're way more dense. Often not very well written rules. Let's be real. Blast templates. Oh, blast template. Scatter dice. But, like, 40k AoS is way more casual. You have far less rules. It's much faster. And then Old World Horus Heresy, it's like, good fucking God. Good God, the rules. Then there's Kill Team. Yeah, Kill Team is also like another niche one, but it's a different niche. Like, if we had to put it on a scale. If we had to put it on a scale, it would be like easiest to get into, like lowest barrier of entry, Kill Team. In the middle, you have Age of Sigmar, 40k. And then over on the right side, at most complicated, most complex to get into, you have Horus Heresy, Old World. As funny as it is to see an entire squad of Grey Knight Terminators telefrag themselves by deep striking into a building, it doesn't flow well in play. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I was watching a battle report from 2nd edition. There were these guys playing 2nd edition 40k. And I was freaking the fuck out because dude brought jump pack Marines, right? And they flew in a direction. Oh, like, oh yeah, they can move like fucking 8 inches or whatever. And then he goes, oh yeah, also I need to roll the scatter dice and see if they go off course. And the sergeant like went way off to the right. And he was like, but don't worry, because there's a rule that as long as he attempts to get back into coherency, he's fine. And I'm just like, what the fuck was... what the fuck? Old 40k was fucked up. There was some crazy shit going on. You know what I did like about 2nd edition 40k from what I was watching? Spells had cards, and psychers, you had to... You would shuffle the cards. Wait, that sounds fun and goofy? It is fun and goofy. It's way goofier than 40k now. That's the thing. That's the thing that was, like, blowing me away. Because you have so many fucking people coming in going, like, 40k is a really serious game. It's, like, a really serious setting. Okay, okay. You've got grognards who are like, it's not... 40k is not as grimdark as it used to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, everything used to be, like, much crazier back in the day. And then... you see funny scatter dice for the jump pack. What if I draw the card for my psyker to cast a spell, and it's the one that kills themselves? Like, it's goofy. It's weird. This is why I have always been the motherfucker going like, 40k has never been serious. Never has been serious. It's been weird, it's been goofy, it's been fun. It's never been like a super serious satire, political satire. It does do political satire, but it's always been like pretty touch and go. $40k is actually very silly. It is. 3rd and 4th was it was still clown shoes. It's always been clown shoes. They just... okay, 40k has always been clown shoes, but they've gotten better at hiding the shoes. But every so often, you're reading a book or you see a rule, and then you're like... and you're like, what the fuck? What? Huh? Isn't 40k satire? It is, but I'm saying that the overt satire is a lot more subtle now. Like, again, back... You can find the image of one of the earliest dwarf models with a banner. Or sorry, not dwarf. Orc models with a banner that has a painted face of Margaret Thatcher on it. And GW will have the fucking gall to tell me, yeah, Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka. It's not Margaret Thatcher. It's not Margaret. It's black speech. It's black speech. I'm calling cap. I'm calling cap on that. That's the one tinfoil hat conspiracy I have about this shit, and I won't let it go, because I don't fucking believe it. No, it's black speech, bro. It's totally black speech. We're not making a political statement. We're not. I promise, bro. Sometimes I wish recent 40k media leaned more into the clown shoes, because maybe they'll get it. They probably won't, but I would like to hope. It's the clown shoes are there. You just it's a lot more passive. Like, I remember someone was describing a Sister of Battle book that came out like a couple years ago. And they were talking about, like, there's not really a lot of dark stuff in this. Like, I would expect this from the sisters. And then someone else replied, like, oh, did you miss the part where she was walking through a garden and there was, like, children servitors? I don't remember exactly what it was, so it might be incorrect in my remembering. But, like, that type of shit. You know what I mean? Gaskell can't be Margaret Thatcher because he's much nicer and less destructive than she was. True. Fucking true, actually. But yeah, I see sometimes people, like leftists online going like, you know, people who widely share political views with I and others in my group, and also people who watch this channel, going like, I wish 40K was more... I wish they made more of a political stance, or I wish it was more overt in the satire and how this is wrong. And I kind of question that, because I go like, well, have you read this media? Because I would feel, I personally feel that it is pretty obvious that the Imperium sucks. Like, even in the stories where they are depicted as the heroes, there's still, like, usually one or two things where you're like, what the fuck? My buddy just read Rin's World, and he's now, like, Pedro Cantor's #1 glazer. He loves Pedro Cantor. He loves Alessio Cortez. But there's a moment in that book where a dude disobeys an order, a space marine, and he gets turned into a fucking combat servitor. Dude, blood axes fucking suck. Wait, what do you mean? What happened? What happened in Warlord of Warlords? What happened? You also have people who don't know Starship Troopers movie is a satire. Yeah, we have a word for those people. We call them stupid. I responded to a comment the other day with the trans visibility post where someone was like, can we just keep politics out of Warhammer? And I said, if you don't think Warhammer has politics, I don't think you have eyes. They're not real orcs, they're fucking weebs for the Imperium. Okay, hold on. Blood axes being Imperium weebs is kind of awesome. Wait. Wait, can you DM me more deeds? Cause that sounds awesome. All I know from Warlord of Warlords is what you've told me, which is the intro is these two human factions fighting, and one of them finds a box of guns, and it cuts to two orcs watching the fight from a distance going, "You bastard, we said no guns." I know those are blood axes. I know they're blood axes. I assumed from what they were talking about, but they were like, yeah, we're doing war. It's totally fine. We're the generals. We're like the bosses, but bosses lead from the front. Ah! I love that. I love that. Oh, blood axes like going from like mercenaries of the Imperium to being like, no, they fuck it, they're Imperium weebs. That's awesome. That's so sick. Yeah, they're playing Warhammer Tabletop IRL with real people. You damn git, we said no guns! An explosion in the background. You gave your humans boomsticks! Oh, man. Oh my god, wait. A blood axe has a grot following him around taking memos for intelligence. They think they're superior for using Hume words. They get so obsessed with being generals, they get weak and are small for orcs. Okay. Warlord of Warlords doing a lot to flesh out more of the orc clans, which is amazing. That's fantastic. That's awesome. That's so sick. Fuck yeah. God, that's peak. It is, man. Who's the author of Warlord of Warlords again? Denny Flowers. Denny Flowers might be the GOAT. Denny Flowers might be the GOAT of orc stuff, honestly. I say as I've only read Brutal Cunning as an orc book. I love Mike Brooks, don't get me wrong, but I feel they're two sides of the same coin. You read Mike Brooks to get the goofy orc stuff, and you read Denny Flowers to be like, what the fuck are these orcs doing? And War Boss, the Blood Axe leader, is trying to promote one of his lieutenants to captain, but none of them want it because lieutenant has loot in the... I don't want it. Why? Lieutenant. I like loot. That's fucking awesome. All the orc clans are there and you see how each operate. Oh man. Sup dude, building new Custodes models. How do they go together? I've seen like people painting them and they look like they're a joy to paint, but how are they assembly wise? God, I love orcs. God, they're so silly. I feel orcs also have the, and this is not a bad thing, orcs have a weird, because 40k orcs are so popular, going into any other setting with orcs in a Warhammer world, it sort of gives people, I think, the wrong idea, because then you get to, like, AoS orcs, or fantasy orcs, and you're like, why are they scary? Why are they, like, a threat? Like, obviously 40k orcs are a threat, too, but, like, you know what I mean? I don't like them for building good kits, but they take forever. That's fair. I assumed because they're Horus Heresy, that would be kind of the case. The Blood Axe's boss is named Slitta the Stabba. That's amazing. One Warden / Guardian's like 20-ish parts. Jesus. I always thought Starship Troopers as an allegory American forever wars in the Middle East and the only freedoms and rights via military recruitment. Yeah. 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 Orc, my fat dragon scares gravity. Gamers, why are you scary? Listen, they're still silly, but the silliness is like a lot less apparent than you might think. You know what I mean? 40k orc riding definitely bled into fantasy. Oh yeah, also AoS. I'm not saying it's like totally different. I'm just saying they're different vibes. You know what I mean? I gave myself a haircut and didn't fuck it up. Good job. The Bad Moon's orc has gold capped teeth that don't grow anymore because he doesn't need to worry about money. He just harvests them from his cronies. Amazing. Amazing. The fact that orcs have an economy at all is so fucking awesome. That's so funny. My stalks! Oh boy, let's see if there's any Warhammer news on this Easter Sunday, and then maybe get into some painting of an elf. Just some pre-orders for the new Chaos and Mechanicus stuff. Also the Battalion for Sons of Dorn, some dice, some Black Library news, Pyre of Faith. Okay. So some sister stories. Carnage Unending, a Warhammer 40k anthology. 11 short stories to capture. To feature characters such as Commissar Yarrick and factions, including the Black Templars, Orcs, and Space Wolves. Okay. The Remnant Blade is being translated into French and German. That's about it. Nothing too crazy today. Yesterday was a big release day. Yep. Yep. People are really excited to get that new Defiler kit. Oh, by the way, Pandora, fuck that guy who was being shitty to you at your fucking hobby store. Fuck that guy. Kick rocks, loser. Holy fuck. My Warhammer Orc ranking is 40k Orcs, large gap. Fantasy Orcs, mainly Grimgor gap. AoS Orcs, I don't know them. I feel... Blabado, I feel like you would fuck with AoS Orcs because, like... It's not just they have different clans, it's they have different biology. So, like, the more morky ones are the skinny, cruel boys, and they're nasty. They're real nasty. And then you have the more gorky orcs with the iron jaws. For example, hobgrots. Hobgrots are they're hobgoblins, right? But hobgrots are yellow, or like an orangish weird color in AoS. And the reason why is because there's an old orruk legend that the hobgrots... There was a time where Gork and Mork had split. They weren't Gorkamorka anymore. And they were going to do a big fight, a real proper crump. And the hobgrots went over to Gork and basically were like, oh yeah, I'll fight you for a fee. And then they went to... Well, I'll fight with you for a fee. But then they went over to Mork and offered the same thing and compared. They were trying to pull a fast one on the two orruk gods. And so, for their arrogance, Gorkamorka took away their green. And so now all the orruks are like, don't trust them. They ain't green. I have thick skin. When it comes to that shit, it's fine. Yeah, but, like, still, fuck that guy. So is Gorkamorka not fused anymore? It depends. Because belief is such a fluid thing in AoS, Gork and Mork can fuse, they can separate. They're a god. They're gods, you know? In the Age of Myth, at one point, Gorkamorka was, I believe they were trapped. Like, they were caught by some sort of god beast. And here comes Sigmar to the rescue atop Dracothian. And then Sigmar rescues Gorkamorka. And Gorkamorka starts beating the ever-living fuck out of Dracothian. It's so good. It's so good. Gorkamorka is a two-headed club-wielding brute of a god that had to be fought to a standstill to respect the will of Sigmar. Later, he rebelled, making it easier for Chaos to take over the mortal realms. Thanks, Gorkamorka. The mightiest of all deities worshipped by the Greenskins, when he feuds, he splits into the god of ferocity, Gork, the god of trickery, and Gork, and the god of trickery, Mork. When the two gods are united in purpose, they turn back into Gorkamorka. Yeah, so they split and fuse depending on what they need done. Sigmar found Gorkamorka trapped within the amber mass Drakatoa, Jesus Christ, the living avalanche that ruled Gyra in the realm of beasts. With the help of Dracothian, Sigmar managed to free the greenskin god and drive back Drakatoa. Good morning, my love. Good morning. Pleased to be freed and infuriated for requiring aid, he attacked Dracothian, knocking him senseless with a single blow. Sigmar was moved to ire and attacked the two-headed god. The sheer destructive power of this 12-day battle shook the mortal realms and created the Mountains of Miraz and the Gouge Canyons. This battle drew many beasts as Sunworm and Shaggoth stood side by side, agog at his fury and destructive power. Eventually, the two gods grew tired, observed their ruined surroundings and the audience of monsters, and laughed. Seeing a god that could match his own battle lust, he clasped Sigmar's hand and agreed to fight alongside him. The God Council requested that Gorkamorka lead his greenskins into the wilds of the mortal realms and battle the monstrous beasts and their innumerable threats, keeping their belligerent nature satisfied. During this role of monster hunter, he cleared out the Gurlin Plains. Gorkamorka, you son of a bitch. Eventually, the god grew tired of orders and laws and eventually snapped. He bellowed a deep-throated wah and started a massive crusade of greenskins, trampled cities, armies, and monsters from one end of the mortal realms to the other, an event that would be known as the Great Wah. After he reached the world's end, he turned around and did it all over again. He smashed rebuilt civilizations from his last round of devastation. This Wah ended when the tribes of Greenskin, mired with internal squabbles, fractured Gorkamorka into two beings and succumbed to infighting. The Ironjaws believe that during this period, the Age of Chaos, Gork grew angry that the Dark Gods were trying to enslave or eliminate the Greenskins from the realm of Gur. His fist, easily the size of a continent, smashed again and again into the Wild Heart, crushing Dreadforts to the ground. Left behind was a fragment of knucklebone that was seared away with green fire to reveal the hulking megaboss known as Gordrak, the Fist of Gork. Gordrak himself never denies this is true. Then we have the different aspects of Gorkamorka. The Bad Moon, the Everwinter, the God Stompa, the Gulping God, or the Great Beast that consumes the world, the Spider God, and Sun Eater. Fuck Gorkamorka, we Boingob worshippers now. Ah, Boingob, my beloved. I love Boingob. The squig that tried to eat the sun. God bless him. Did he eat it? No. Let's see if we can get the Legend of Boingob. Boingob, the God Beast, the father of all squigs. There are tales that tell how during the Age of Myth, Boingob rampaged through the lands of Ushnaria and Heln and devoured several civilizations. Because the light of the realm of Hysh hurt his beady little eyes, he became determined to consume it. When he leapt upon it, a blazing flash could be seen all across the mortal realms. His body was consumed by fires too hot for the deity to survive, and all that remained was his huge, smoldering skull that crashed into the Orbean woods in the realm of Gyran. His skull became a sacred place to the Moon Clan Grots, who tunneled into and around it and raised the most aggressive and deadly squigs. This and the surrounding crater became such a mighty stronghold that it survived the Age of Chaos. God bless him. The sun hurt his eyes, so he tried to eat it. God bless him. Iconic. A wonderful creature. Darn glare face frazzle git. How dare he kill the squig? We gotta kill him. We have to kill the Grots are so funny because some of them are like, let's make mushrooms, or let's take over this settlement. Haha, we love the Bad Moon. And some are like, we have to kill the sun. We have to destroy the sun. we have to kill the sun now. I don't care if I win as long as the sun is destroyed. Is Boingob actually worshipped like a god, or is this a bit? Boingob is a god that is worshipped by the Grots. Again, everything in AoS happened. The Age of Myth was insane. The Age of Myth was extra insane because it was like just like the gods are active in AoS, but the Age of Myth was when they were really active, and that's when like that was before Chaos came, so they were doing all sorts of shit. But fucking the story that always gets me is Grimnir. Because Sigmar found the Dwarven gods, and he was like, "Aw, you sons of bitches, welcome back to the Pantheon. Okay, we're gonna protect our realm from chaos. We're gonna make a paradise. Hell yeah!" And Grimnir, being like a warrior god, was like, "Sigmar, I'm bored. I'm gonna go kill monsters." And then Sigmar was like, "All right, Grimnir, see you later." And then like a week later, a messenger comes by and goes, "Hey, Sigmar, you know Grimnir? Yeah, he died." What? Yeah, he died. He fucking died. He fought a giant salamander and they killed each other. Oh. Oh. Huh? Now he is your steed in D&D. Dude, I love that I'm just an Age of Sigmar goblin in Curse of Strahd right now. It's amazing. I'm having such a great time. My throat does kind of hurt because Grib's voice. Grib? Hello, my name's Grib. That's Grib. So doing that for like 4 to 6 hours every Saturday, hurts the throat a little. It's Grib's 3rd day in Barovia, and he's having a terrible time. He met 2 Kenku. Grib's never seen a Kenku before. And I was not entertained by their mimicry. And Grib was so scared that he cried himself to sleep. Age of Dysfunctional Office Management God Edition. That's literally what the Age of Myth was. You hit it right on the fucking head. Because it's just Sigmar trying to wrangle fucking cats. Trying to create a paradise where they could all be happy. But meanwhile, the Elven gods, you have fucking Tyrion and Teclis going like, yeah, I love light. And then you have Malarian going like, I love shadow. And then you have Marathi going like, I need to kill everyone. Is he a Circle of Spores druid? No, he's a paladin. Grib is a paladin warlock. We only have like Grib can cast magic. Our pure paladin Stavro can cast magic. We have a cleric who can cast magic. And then we have a guy with a gun. Grib does not, as they say, have a grip. It's bad. It's bad for Grib out there. He's having the worst day. Did you know that some of the constellations in Age of Sigmar are alive? They're called Zodiac God Beasts. Some of them are constellations. Some of them are different. Is that what Glareface and the Bad Moon are? Glareface Frazzlegate is just the realm of Hish. Because Hish is the sun. The Bad Moon is a different aspect of Gorkamorka. One minute. I need to find the deeds of Behemoth. Oh, here we go. Okay, excellent. All right. So Behemoth, the sons of Behemoth are the Giants faction, but Behemoth was like one of the biggest giants in all of history. Under the influence of Tzeentch and Khorne, Gorkamorka began to resent the fact that Behemoth, his champion, roamed free while he hunted at the behest of Sigmar. From that point on, Gorkamorka issued Behemoth a challenge he could not refuse each time they met. He was to replicate the twin-headed god's feats or die in the attempt. First, there was the Great Watering. The first task was to destroy a city by causing a great flood. Gorkamorka had once flooded on Omnitopia by drinking so much of the Gleaming Bay that the ocean lowered its sea level. The inhabitants of Omnitopia were flooded when the ocean was certain Gorkamorka was gone and surged back up. Behemoth accidentally flooded the elven city of Araxia by belly flopping in the nearby Gildasea after having tripped over Fjord's wrinkly bits. The ensuing tsunami that flooded the elves pushed some of them to make their homes under the sea to avoid similar catastrophes. The shortening of the Duradin. Another task was to stop the supervolcano Volcatrix's lair from birthing Gigadroths. Gorkamorka had once killed an entire generation of Gigadroths by rampaging across the Great Parch. Behemoth wrenched the top half of Mount Krolisid from its roots and shoved its peak upside down roughly into the crater of the supervolcano. A nation of fire slayers rose up against Behemoth, but he stomped them flat. The mountain Duradin have been born short and squat ever since. You can tell that this tale is a little embellished. These feats are a little embellished, perhaps. To endure Dracothian. Another task was to endure the barrage from Dracothian the God Beast. Gorkamorka had once knocked Dracothian unconscious. Ever spiteful, the great drake spat a rain of meteors at a then sleeping Gorkamorka. Bro. Me. I cast fucking Zeta Flare. The green-skinned god's skin was so tough that the meteors only left pockmarks and scabs across his body. Behemoth stood atop Azir's highest mountain and assaulted Dracothian until it spat a rain of meteors at him. After taking some of the meteors on the chin, Behemoth's pain was so great that he hit the last one with his war club, sending it crashing back onto the great drake. Such was the impact that its scales fell down a silvery meteor shower. Upon making landfall, these scales formed the Seraphon so that they could bite Gargants forevermore. Geist Eater. The contest started by Gorkamorka eating every monster, rotten or not, that he had previously slain. Initially eating fewer monsters than Gorkamorka, Behemoth plunged through the Greedmouth Realm Gate to the Shyish and won the competition by eating the geist of the monsters that Gorkamorka ate. Not satiated for long, the World Titan ate his way through a nation of menfolk, causing the dead men of Shyish to have no meat on their bones. Yes, this is the origin myth of everything, you see. It was all Behemoth. It was all him. The Brawl of the God King. The final task of Behemoth was to fight Sigmar to a standstill, something that Yamong previously failed. Yamong was Behemoth's father, the largest, basically the first giant, and was fucking huge. During a great storm of Verda, Behemoth armored himself with slab-like sides of the Nevergreen Peaks and challenged Sigmar so loudly that the forest shivered in fear. So scared were the trees that they now shiver whenever a storm gathers. Only when Behemoth began stomping Sigmar's people did the God King engage the World Titan. So bloody became the combatants that their blood formed the waterfalls of the mountains. Ultimately, Behemoth was struck on the chin with Galmaraz. While such a blow could shatter mountains, the World Titan was so tough that even he was not killed. Stunned and reeling, Behemoth stumbled away until he reached the Harmonis Veld. Still dazed, he ate much of the local fauna before vomiting an entire generation of gargants. This was his last great feat of propagation before finally allowing himself to collapse, landing so hard that he became embedded in Gyran's crust. And thus was the creation of the Sons of Behemoth. That's totally how it happened, guys. That's totally how it happened. At least that's what the Gargants tell themselves. Oh, if you wanted to know how big Yamong was, here's Sigmar fighting Yamong, the first giant. Doesn't this art fucking... It's so awesome. I think I saw his corpse in Kaled. Yeah. It's crazy. AoS is nuts. You know what's also nuts? This fucking soundtrack that keeps going from, like, being absurdly loud to being very, very, very quiet. So you know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. Nope. Wrong one. The giant's name was Your Mom. Yamong. Y-M-N-O-G. Yamong. Yamong? You be Mongan? Holy fuck, Josh Johnson. Josh, what are you doing? Yes! Yes! That's awesome. Happy Easter. I love y'all. Easter is coming this... Oh. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, kind of fire, TBH. Holy... Alrighty. Chat. I'm gonna get a water. Oh, I didn't set up the camera. 1 minute. That would probably be a good idea before we started streaming.
Tis too late now, though.
Have you heard of the High Elves? Where can I find your Discord server link? I want to show you my Blood Angels Terminator. It's a pay to enter. The cheapest way would be to support us on Patreon, which starts at the low price of $2 dues. Alrighty. We're over to the painting desk. I'll be right back though, because I need a water. So be back in a sec. Hello, hello, I'm back. Yeah, Discord is pay to enter, and I'll tell you why. I've had free to enter Discords before. It's awful. It's real bad. Let me show you, I've set the pigment powder yesterday, so let's show the result. Look at how dusty his feetsies are. Honestly, they're a little too dusty for my liking. But what's nice about pigment powder is that we can just kind of wipe it off, just smudge it a little bit. Already a lot better. Use your finger. I've got Q-tips somewhere. Somewhere. Where the hell are they? Where'd they go, bro? Oh! I found them. He's looking great. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah. Pigment powders, very easy to remove. The thing that'll seal it now, like I put white spirits on these and had them dry overnight. But the thing that's really gonna like set them in place is a varnish. So as long as you don't varnish yet, the reason why you put the white spirits down is so that they'll actually set there. So when you varnish it, it won't like just all blow away. But at this stage, I can just like go around, clean up a little bit. Easy peasy. That doesn't look like an elf. It's not an elf, but we'll get to the elf in a second. I just want to clean up a little bit, just a teeny tiny bit. I really like how the Terminator legs look though. Like, the boy looks proper dusty. But I am gonna just clean up a little bit, because I think there's a little too much on there. But yeah. Pretty neat, isn't it? Here's Gravis Captain. I could also add more pigment powder and then remove that, but that's for another time. I just wanted to show you what the product looked like. All right. Here's the elf we'll be working on today. We're going to go for a sea green look for the sashes and such, and also the shield. It's got a hippocampus on it. Now, I don't have a sea green color, so we're going to have to find out what to do here. I have an idea. We're going to mix... Well, there's a few things we got to do first. We're going to do the face first. And then we're basically going to work from outside in. Or inside out. There we go. God. My brain don't work good. So we're going to work on the face first. I've primed it white because we're using contrast paints for some of this. I remember the Eladrin in D&D are elves connected to the Fae who can change their form to different seasons that affects their mood and Fae steps, so you could have a Season of War homebrew. That's true. Or you could play Soulbound. Hello, Warzag's Morky Mischief. Welcome. I'm thinking we do the face first, And then we do the details like the gloves. I'm gonna go for snakebite leather for the gloves because it's kind of a yellowish brown. We'll go wildwood for the spear shaft and the bow on the back. Then we'll go with a sea green for some of the details on the robe. Touch back the robe if we overspilled anything with the white. Then we'll do the metals. We want like a really, really bright silver because it's an elf, right? We're painting Elgi today. We are. But also... Ah! But also... Behold. A dowie! Alright, I'm probably one too. We also have... an orc boy. We also have another elf. Here she is. A caster. That'll be for elf part 2. But today we're only painting one elf. This is for B-roll. And chat, I have one for Cities of Sigmar. Fish Knight. Fish Knight. But behold, there he is. Fuck everything. It's all about him. It's all about him. This guy, whatever. It's nice that there's some set dressing with the main character of this miniature. My god. Alrighty. Gilliman Flesh. I'm just putting this inside of the armor face. And that's pretty much the face done. Easy peasy. Toss a question popped in my head. Do you think there's a Skyrim seamless co-op? My love, there is. And I've played it. It barely works. But if you are willing to do it, I'm willing to go. I'm willing to try. Just shaking the crap out of this snakebite leather. This is gonna be for the gloves, the boots, and the quiver. The arrow quiver. Quiver? The Whiterun music tickles my brain. It do be tickling my brain. Do you get to the... I fucked it up. Shame me. Do you get to the Cloud District very often? What am I saying? Of course you don't. Snakebite leather. Remember, this is B-roll for the elf footage, so... I will be doing the YouTuber thing of, like, showing the paint. I tried to do that anyway, though. Hey chat, for those who watched the Magnus video, did the mini painting in the background bother you? Because I want to know how people thought of it. I saw mostly people going, I love this. But I want more opinions. I liked it hearing Magnus's voice put me through a loop because I know him as Marcus now, but it's so cool hearing him as Magnus again. Yeah, I really wanted to get Zegrim on for that, and I'm glad it was able to work out. If I get the other colors on like the sashes and stuff, I'm not too worried about it. Is Gordrak's dragon a squig or something else? It's a maw crusher. They can fly because gravity is scared of them. I too like to Q's defying gravity, yes. Now we're gonna be doing wildwood for all the wooden details and the back of the shield. It was a nice addition to the normal faces talking. I haven't watched it yet, been too busy with work. Fair, fair. If we play, can we deal with all the dragons the same way we deal with the merchants whose bell bearing we need? I feel like the stream is gonna be like, Carrie, please look at the cool dragon fight, and you're gonna be like, no. No, I'm busy. Wildwood. Okay. So firstly, we're gonna get the back of the shield. I'm not too worried about full coverage here. Trying to play Skyrim with my girlfriend who's RP'd as a pacifist. It's a lot harder than you might think. Somebody watches the High Elf video and sees this, they see me using contrast paints on a miniature and they just start freaking the fuck out. Have you met somebody like that? I have. I've met somebody who's like weird about transparent paints. I don't think they liked me after our conversation because I just kept going like, well, if it makes people happy, then who cares? And they wanted to like have a debate about it. Very funny. let's get that sea green going. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mix Moot Green and Triumphant Navy, and that should get us some sort of sea green, but we're gonna experiment. Within the already somewhat niche hobby of Warhammer, I wonder what it's like to be a person who has really strong opinions on what paint someone else is using.
No, you don't understand. It's not like real painting. I'm going to be very elitist about this for some reason. I am a very serious person.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about the AK Interactive thing the other day, Whiskey. And, like, again, same exact opinion. Like, I don't really like AK Interactive, but if you buy their stuff, like, I don't really care. I'm not your dad. I don't control your fucking wallet, so... Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drops of Moot Green. And let's try maybe the 5 drops of Triumphant Navy. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what this gets us. The main problem is Moot Green is so thin. So 1 part Triumphant Navy, 2 parts Moot Green. Gets us this really nice sea green. Let's put it on the shield. Actually, no, the sashes need to be the green. Nah, looking at it, it looks a little more green. Let's go 1 to 1. So we're gonna add 5 drops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of Triumphant Navy. We're gonna go 1 to 1. We'll see what that looks like, because this is more of a forest green now that I look at it on the model. So we're gonna mix more blue. More blue. More green, more blue, more green, more blue. Oh, yeah. Now that's the ticket. That's the fucking ticket. Oh, yes. Much darker, much more sea green. Now, if I just had a sea green, I'd use it. But I don't. So we mixed it instead. I'm not super duper concerned if this green gets on like the armor or other details. I'm just trying to make sure it doesn't hit the leather that we've already done. Trying to paint yellow. Yellow paint's a nightmare. Try basing in pink first. But yes, generally speaking, yellow is a pain in the booty to work with. Oh, we got a little bit on there, on the bow, but that's okay. Hey, but which of the 10 Ulthuan kingdoms do you like live in? Kalador. Kalador. Dragons, bro. Dragons. I'm gonna get a finer detail brush. So that we can work on these parts. This, given the hippocampus iconography, is probably a sea guard out of Gothic. And that's why we're going with like the oceanic colors. So, you know. I would not be able to do these B-roll things, though, without the help of our moderator, our friend, Vivi. So everybody say thank you, Vivi. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the 3D prints. Very nice. But Trace is right there, or even Safari. Safari is really close, let me be real. It's like Kalador, Safari. Like right next to each other. I love me the blue and the star capes. I love star capes. Star capes are cool. They're objectively cool. Fight me. Some of these details are going to be a little harder to reach than others, but that's okay. We can always touch up with bold titanium white afterward. Noticing it's a bit of a shaky hands day today, chat. So detail work might not be as detailed as I'd like it to be, but that's okay. It's my first elf. I'm not too worried about it. We elfin it. We do be elfin. This is going to be a very ugly stage, but that's okay. I want to make the wave stuff into like a nice blue. Marathi, Queen of Canada. It's true. Calador elves, they're super powerful. Dragon friends and magic on lock. Yeah. That's how you know Carrie likes a faction. She starts to do the fucking songs for them. Wow, a magical faction with unicorns and elves and heart motifs in nature. I wonder what's gonna... I wonder what faction Carrie will gravitate towards. I didn't know about star capes. I might try to figure out how to do that on my high elf team. Dude, I'm gonna do that with my Stormcast. Like, just the capes will have, like, stars all over it. That's gonna look awesome. Alright, so we've got the green base coated pretty much. There's still a couple places I'd like to touch up again. But, again, these are all just base coats. But right now, we need to do the shield. It's whimsical as fuck! Run! There's a reason why in part 2 I was like, I gotta talk about the Everqueen, because if I don't talk about the Everqueen, Carrie's gonna be asking, but what about the Everqueen? Carrie, what kingdom would you want to live in? And it's okay to ask, like, if you need a refresher on them, because we didn't actually cover all 10 kingdoms. We mostly focused on, like, Avalorn and Yeah, we just mainly talked about Avalorn, honestly, because, you know, that's where the Everqueen lives. There's Calidor with the dragons. There's Aetane, which is where the current Phoenix King is from. There's Safari, which is where a lot of the mages hang out. We also didn't cover the gates, because there's three giant gates that basically block entrance to the inner kingdoms of Ulthuan, because you know how it's a donut, so there's the outer and then the inner kingdoms. What's the one with the moon imagery? That's Safari. That's the one with the star capes and stuff. Yeah, they're cool, right? You might be saying to yourself, Ava, isn't this blue rather dark? Yes. I'm gonna build it up to a bright, vibrant blue. I find that fantasy miniatures is where I take a lot of risks. When I get to be like, this is a magical world full of magical things and unicorns and dragons and phoenixes, I get to kind of go, I'm just going to put whatever fucking color I want on this, and we'll figure it out from there. Whereas in 40k, I'm like, desaturate, 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 desaturate. I say as I look over at my extremely vibrant blue ultramarines. I will go there and claim the Star Dragon. Carrie, there are several Star Dragons. All dragons are somewhat attuned to a magic. So there's like fire, death, light, life. So yes, there are star dragons. There are also moon dragons. Show Carrie the Stormcast Star Drake. Not right now. We're doing B footage for the video. But I shall at some point. I believe she's seen the Star Dragon. I'm like 99.9% sure she has seen it. Just another coat of this sea green. Get that really vibrant green on there. We want the shield to really stand out because that's the thing that has the heraldry, the arms on it, right? So and dragons with antlers. Yep. The wood elf dragons have antlers because they're so like tightly attuned with nature. Silver, white. Silver, white. Silver. I know what to do. I know how we'll do this. But before anything, we need a white. Where is my white? There it is. Isn't there a Lich Dragon? Undead dragons? Yes. Undead dragons? 100%, yes. Did you get the new Custodes box? And if so, rate it at 1 out of 10. No, I didn't. GW doesn't send me stuff, but I'm willing to accept free things. Smile. Looks at camera, smiles. The Skyrim music is really doing it for me today. I'm gonna put that on next time I paint. Dude, open world video game OSTs, goated for just like a whimsical, relaxing, good time. Wasn't the last thing we heard about Elder Scrolls 6 was like Todd Howard came out and said, please stop asking about Elder Scrolls 6? Wasn't that the last thing we heard about it? Oh, that paint's still drying. We'll give that time. In the meantime, is there anything else that needs to be white? Yes, these sleeves. Voldemort was a lich now, I'm realizing. Yep. Instead of one phylactery, he had many. I saw something about Harry Potter. I'm going to talk about Harry Potter. I saw something about Harry Potter the other day that, like, stun-locked me. I saw someone make a post about the 4th movie, where, spoilers for fucking Harry Potter, Cedric dies, right? And someone made a post going like, oh yeah, don't question me, I'm just like a little guy, and yeah, like, nobody saw him die, I totally am not suspicious whatsoever. And then somebody made the claim like, oh yeah, like, it's never brought up how people are suspicious of Harry for killing Cedric to win the fucking tournament or whatever. And I sat there for a second going like, it was though. And it just keeps going back. I felt nothing more in that moment than just, motherfucker, if you're gonna hate,
hate accurately. That's literally a plot point in the next thing. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? If you're gonna hate, you need that real hatred. You need to be in there. Get out of here with this, like, it's kind of weird that this thing didn't happen. It literally happened. What are you talking about? Hate accurately. Hate! If I could print the hate I have on every fiber of every kilometer of nanoangstrom of a million miles, if the word hate was printed on it, it wouldn't be 1/1 billionth of the hate I have for you. Why not extract Harry's memory to the veil thing that proves, to prove Voldy's return? Don't think about that. Now that's real hate! That's real questions! Hate. The writer didn't want to. Listen, if you're ever gonna read or watch the Harry Potter movies, firstly, fucking pirate them. Secondly, any plot device that is introduced that you're like, wow, this seems really powerful, don't worry, it'll never be mentioned again. Or it'll be offhandedly mentioned once to be like, yeah, those don't work anymore, or yeah, those are all gone. It's fine. Man, this time turner thing seems really powerful. Oops, they all broke. They're gone now. Lol, 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 lol. They're all gone. Can't use them. Did you introduce an overpowered item into your plot? Don't worry. Just get rid of all of them. That was considered torture magic. Literally, that's why. Yeah. I remember something... You saying you're not into Magic the Gathering, right? I assume this means you have no takes on Strixhaven. I don't even know what that is. People do anything to hate Harry Potter. It's like calling their ex crazy. Like, bro, it's okay to not like the thing you used to, especially when the author is a bigot, but why are you trying to gaslight yourself and others to make yourself feel better or superior? It's exhausting. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like when people... I knew somebody who was like that type of person to be like, it's crazy that Minecraft was made by Hatsune Miku. Or Harry Potter was made by Hatsune Miku. And like, it's a funny bit, sure. But I'm like, I don't know. Just fucking acknowledge that the creator is shitty. And then boycott it if you want to. You can fucking... You can... acknowledge that the thing you like is made by a person who is shit. And then move on. Chat, I'm gonna be super real with you. I don't like Hideo Kojima. Not really. I like the games he makes, but I don't think I really like him as like a... I think he's a little misogynistic, to be perfectly honest with you, and I think he's really fucking weird when it comes to that shit. I think he's really fucking weird. I don't like it. It makes me very uncomfortable. Again, my goat Yoko Taro, at least he has the fucking balls to be like, yeah, she's hot. I like women. I made her because she's hot. Harada, the guy who makes Tekken, isn't a great guy by and large. Yup. My fist on red? Like, I'm sure if I read the Harry Potter books now, I don't think I would really like them. But also, they're like books for children. I fucking loved them when I was a kid, but now I'm like an adult, and I'm sure I wouldn't like them as much. You know what I do enjoy, though? The movies. The movies are pretty cool. But again, with a good conscience, I can't be like... yeah, you should go, like, buy the movie and, like, watch it. No, fucking boycott that shit. I don't give a fuck. But I think when we start getting into, like... I think when people of a similar political view start getting into... I can't even remember... I don't even know the right term. I gotta be real. If my friends come up to me and go, yeah, I like Harry Potter. I don't, like, buy any of the merch, but every so often, like, I watch the movies on DVD. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't really care. If you're not able to separate art from artists from their work, you're going to have some trouble with a lot of English literature looking at Lord Byron. Well, like, even then, like, it's really tough, right? It's really, really tough for Harry Potter fans who are still like, no, like, I don't agree with her political views, but I still buy the merch and stuff. Because she's actively like, I want to kill all trans people, and anybody who disagrees with me is wrong. Like... she sucks. She's a terrible person. Like, objectively one of the most vile, wretched human beings to ever fucking walk the planet. Fuck her. But I get, like, kind of eked out when people go, like...
yeah, I never liked Harry Potter. I always thought it was stupid.
Like, I don't care. You're not... like, what is this? I don't give a fuck. If something comes out about Yoko Taro, and it's like, actually, Yoko Taro's like a huge bigot, or like a fucking sex pest, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I never liked Nier Automata. Yeah, I never liked any of his stuff. Yeah, I always had a weird feeling. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't... She's not great to Asians either. She's racist! Yes! JK is a racist, horrid, misogynistic, transphobic, garbage human being. It's a very cold take that I don't like Harry Potter. Like, it's like, it doesn't, like, I guess I have a problem when people, it's just like Harry said, like, when people try to be like, huh, I don't like Harry Potter, it feels like the add-on there should be please clap. Okay, cool. Yeah, and so My mother thinks the books are socialist? That's odd. Now, granted, I haven't read the books since I was a child. She means that in a good way, to be clear. I mean, sure, but, like, I guess I would want to ask her, like, point where? Oh, I'm using Mornfang Brown for the leather bits. I'm also doing it on this hand just to see how I like it. And the answer, the experiment, it's alright. It makes it look like leather. I genuinely never liked Harry Potter, but mostly because I was too old when they came out. Like, yeah. No, that totally makes sense. But I don't know. I guess I see so many people online who are like, well, even in my circles, like I see people who go like, I've never liked it. And I'm like, okay, yeah, and that doesn't make you special. Like, please clap. People being like, there are better wizard schools flicks me because one, literally everyone knows, and two, okay, since when can people only enjoy the best of a genre? Yeah. What happened to just liking something that's fine? Or kinda shit? Chat, you know what one of my favorite movies is? I'm genuinely saying this. There's a film by George Lucas that he made for his daughters called Strange Magic. That movie is such dog shit. It's so bad. But every so often I turn it on because I'm fascinated by it. I am utterly fascinated by Strange Magic. What happened to just liking something that's kinda ass? I don't really support people who are kinda bigoted. Or like kinda shitty people. I only watch good media. Or things that I personally enjoy. Puts on The Room. Ha ha ha! This Tommy Wiseau guy is pretty funny. It's so bad it's good, dude. It's so bad it's good. What about Aragon books only? I don't know. I only read the first one and tried to read the second one. When people were into Harry Potter, I was already reading Dragonlance. A weird vibe, but still a vibe. Yeah. Oh, the Strange Magic, yeah. I liked Harry Potter because it was forbidden for religious reasons in my house. But eventually it wasn't anymore. A real forbidden fruit. I was like literally the age demographic for Harry Potter. So of course I fucking loved it. But like, yeah, as an adult, I watch the movies. I pirate the movies. I watch them occasionally. But I'm not like, I'm #1 Harry Potter fan. Woo! I go, yeah, I really fucked with the books when I was a kid, and I fuck with the movies because I think the actors and the directors are pretty based, and I think J.K. Rowling should be buried under a prison. Some people think it's like taboo to even like mention Harry Potter. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think you can just not like a thing and that's okay. Or be like, I don't support this because of the creator. Like, yeah, me too. I don't support it either. The second that we start all getting into, I'm trying to think of a word for it, like morality competitions? Is there a word for it? Virtue signaling, I guess? I don't like Harry Potter. Alright, cool. Purity test. That's the one. That's the one. That's the perfect thing for a purity test. Yeah, the second we start purity testing everybody, like, I don't fucking care, man.
Did you know back in the day, this actor was kind of shitty and had views that are really shit?
Oh, do they still hold those views?
No. But isn't it fucked up that they had those views in the first place? Dude, people don't grow and change, bro. It just doesn't happen.
Just wait till she's dead and support it all you want? I mean, sure, but also, like, I don't know, like, because then you're still giving money to, like, Warner Brothers. I'm like, Warner Brothers is shit, too. Like, again, it all comes back to capitalism just, like, is dog shit. It's all dog shit. She's gonna be in the same league as Lovecraft. Oh, you like Lovecraft? Well, did you know that he was, like, really problematic? Like... You're reading the works of Sigmund Freud? Dude. Dude.
Did you know about the name of his cat, dude? Did you know?
Even Lovecraft thought Even Lovecraft thought that Lovecraft was too racist. He would have canceled himself given the chance. I mean, I don't... Well, now you're just speaking for the dead. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe he would have, maybe he wouldn't have. But he's dead, so who knows? Wasn't Sigmund Freud born before the existence of introspection? Shut up! Shut up! Dude, 400 years ago, they didn't have introspection. Human beings didn't know what that was. I forgot about that guy. That's a golden callback. Holy. Yeah, we didn't know what introspection was. Yeah. So, like 400 years ago, we didn't know what how to do that. Like, do you think the guy who made Walmart, that he woke up every day thinking how am I gonna like live my life? No, he was working on the money. He was working on the bag. He used to understand. Like he got up every day and he said, how can I make more money? You know. Are you on coke? The guy that I'm mimicking was. You know, these woke leftoids, these foids, they're telling me that eating children is actually like a bad thing, but they don't actually understand the health properties that eating children actually might give you as a human being, because like, you know, like as far as survival goes, we were actually like designed to eat children. This feels manic. I was being flippant about self-canceling Lovecraft. No, I get what you're saying. I understand what you mean. But again, like, I do think because these people are dead, like, ultimately we don't know. People will be like, if I go to Italy, I want to see the Tower of Pisa or the Colosseum of Venice. Meanwhile, I want to go to McDonald's in Milan where nothing happened. It's easier to separate artists from art when they've been dead for decades. Yep. Yeah, I just really want to separate art from artist. JK coming out of the sewer.
Let me tell you what I think about people with no uteruses.
You know, some women don't have uteruses, JK. No, no, no. No, it's not possible. It goes against my entire thing. No. The chromosomes. You know, Miss Rowling, there are some women that are born with, the opposite chromosomes.
No, it can't be possible. It goes against everything I believe, so it must be fake. There's no other explanation. It has to be fake. You're lying. You're gay.
There's some women that are born. You lost me there, pal. That's fucking true. Fucking true. Absolutely fucking true. You think women are born? That's interesting. Music Crunchy. Thank you. Thank you.
Skyrim! OBS! Fuck off!
We're good. The black mold in the corner of her ceiling voicing her bigotry to her every night in bed like the Green Goblin man.
Make a tweet right now. Make it right now. Make a tweet right now.
Where's my known oil? That's right, chat. We're using known oil today. I don't know where it is. Where is it? Oh.
The good painter juice. I actually fucking hate Nolan oil. You know what? No, we're not using Nolan oil. It's gone now. You believe in women? Okay, pal. The moon real too? You're being weird, buddy. Eat some goy slob and watch Fruit Love Island. It'll calm you down, Buster. I've been dosing myself on Deadly Nightshade for the past week. They make a lot of you make a lot of enemies when you start becoming alpha male. So that's right. I've been eating nothing but Deadly Nightshade for the past week. Don't say goy slop again. That wasn't funny. Never say that again. I believe in null supremacy. I don't like the finish, but that's just a me thing. A lot of this is me going back and forth because I've never painted an elf before. Especially not this one from Highland Minis. My day be so fine, then boom, purity posting. My day be so fine. Have you checked your cortisol levels? I'm dosing on Deadly Nightshade right now. You'll know that it's working when you get these cool black spots under your tongue. It's the only way to know for sure that it's working. I like your funny words, Magic Man. 5 Termagants done, only 17 more to go. Oh. Who just gave me that money? What was that? What day is it? Oh, it's the 5th, that's why. The 5th is the day that Patreon sends me a check.
Chat, we have money. We finally have money again. You know what that means? It's time to spend it all at the casino.
Genuinely, that'd be so depressing if you were like supporting a streamer and they're like, thanks for the donation, and then they opened like a gambling app. That'd be so fucking upsetting to me. We're gonna make the arrowheads. I'm thinking yellow. I'm thinking yellow.
Yellow! Where is it?
It's over here. That did happen to one streamer. That's insane. Thank you, Chatter, for the $20. Now, let's let it ride! Woo! Carrie showed me a clip. This was like a year or two ago now. It was like one of the most insane streamer clips I've seen in a minute, where it was like, guy was streaming and someone came into chat and was like, hey, I just want to let you know, like, your streams have really helped me through a dark time in my life. Like, a bunch of stuff started to happen to me, and I just really appreciate you being you and being a content creator that I can always rely on and help things like be better. And he was like, you know what we're not going to talk about? Actually, we're going to ban you from the fucking chat. Like, only good vibes here. Only good vibes here, okay, guys? Yeah, like their dad passed away, or they yeah, like it really fucked up. You know what we're not gonna talk about? That. That's insane. Like, I, on the one hand, as a streamer, like, if somebody's coming into my chat and they're just, like, doomer posting, I'm gonna be like, hey, maybe calm down a bit. But, like, if somebody came in, also gave a donation, and was like, hey, Ava and Carrie, I'm going through a really hard time in my life. My dad passed away. Thank you for being you. I'd be like, I'm really sorry that happened to you. Thank you very much. I hope you'll be okay. It's psychotic to be like, you know what we're not gonna do? you know what we shouldn't do right now? That's a perfect example of toxic positivity. Yep. Cyan and yellow. What's up, gamers? It's me, Ava Lynn Davies. You know what we're gonna do today? We're gonna be painting this feminine-looking elf. What the frick? Has Games Workshop gone woke, gone immoral, gone sexual? Today we're gonna be painting this little femboy in some sort of color scheme that resembles a fish. Kind of like a mermaid that I dreamed about last night. A chick, obviously. Remember to use code NUMSKULLS at the online store to buy our supplements for the low price of $800 so that you too can feel like a champion. Welcome. Do not look at the ingredients of the supplements. You will find traces of deadly nightshade. Do not ingest into your anus. Note, injecting supplements into your anus is purely optional. If you do, Numbskulls LLC is not responsible for what happens to your corpse. Welcome back, everybody, to another, Is Warhammer, lay cringe? Today we're going to be talking about the new 11th edition rule set, making the game easier and more accessible for people to get into. Who made this? Liberals? Easier to get into? Are you a locksmith or something? What exactly is wrong with you? Feminine-looking elf is redundant. So, I don't know, some of the elf art in Warhammer, at least, is quite masculine presenting. Like, obviously they don't have, like, beards and stuff, but, like, Tyrion and a lot of his art is very masculine. Most elves look like fucking Aemond Targaryen from fucking House of the Dragon. Bro's walking around with cheekbones and the fucking eye. I'm mogging you, sister. I ride Vhagar. You don't even speak High Valyrian. Pure red. You stabbed my eye out when I was but a wee little boy. I think back on it now. In my sessions with the, lady in the brothel. And I think to myself, it was simply a skill issue on my part. I'm going to mog you, nephew. What is this? Have you not seen fucking... Bro doesn't even know about Dance of Dragons, bro. Bro doesn't even know about the Dance of Dragons. Bro doesn't know about the fall of House Targaryen. The Targaryen family tree is a leaf. The aliens dunk. Dunk. The Targaryens are aliens. Okay. I think it's time for the metallics. The show did Stannis dirty. He's my guy. I've heard that. Your camera way out of focus? It's my fucking phone! Is it way out of focus, or is the mini just not in front of the camera? Magnesium. Have you tried using Nuln oil on them? No. I hate Nuln oil, manling. Nuln oil is supposed to make shadows, but when the shadows shiny, manling? I don't know when Gotrek has a cold in this impression. Not feeling very well, manling. Chat, one time Carrie told me that she's like kind of attracted to Aemond Targaryen. So I feel like I need to start getting into bone mashing. I gotta start beating the ever-living shit out of my bones. Do you have an opening bit in mind for the elf video? No. Probably like the Lizardman video, I'll probably just pick something from like the Total War trailers just to like glaze the shit out of them. Ask Pancreas to do a guest glazing spot. I don't know if we'll have time, but we'll see. Because the editor's working on the video right now. And I asked them to get it done like within 2 weeks, and they said they would probably maybe get it done by the end of the weekend. But we'll just have to see. It's a new editor, so we're going to see how things go. It'll be kind of touch and go. New editor, you like change? Okay, buddy, definitely manic. Nah. We love all of our editors, but sometimes they have other projects that they get busy with. And we're looking for somebody who like can pretty much full-time work with us. With the understanding that like obviously right now we can't pay the most, but profit only go up. Bro loves the pointy lads. Nah, the moment I learned that Pancreas was down with elves, I was like, you know what's up. You know what's up. You understand. You understand. You get it. Employing people? Not my streamer. I like giving people money for their time and effort. Super Anchors and Zegrim were very kind to provide their voices for the last 2 videos we did. Well, the... like, Rogel and Magnus, I mean to say. And I paid them for their work, because I believe that voice actors should also get paid. Hi, I'm a voice actor. Sometimes. But, like, you know, if I was doing a project, I'd want to get paid. You know, this really nice tavern theme isn't the same without a stupid fucking bard in the background just beating the ever-living fuck out of a drum with no rhythm whatsoever. Dong 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 dong. What are you doing? Put some fucking respect on my bard's name. No. Oh, a banger. I don't care what people say. I absolutely love and adore Skyrim. Don't you know that the creator of Skyrim is kind of problematic? No, this is this. You start doing the fight. Something problematic comes out about Todd Howard's. Like, I actually never liked Skyrim. Actually, I've never liked it. I only played it for 5 minutes. It was so terrible. I couldn't even finish it. Couldn't even finish it. No one finished Skyrim. I did. Ava, who did you side with the Civil War, if you can remember? Imperials, 100% of the time. I did Stormcloaks once because I wanted to see what it was like, and I was like, this sucks. And then I did the Imperials again. I betrayed them. I betrayed them!
I just think this Ulfric Stormcloak guy has a lot of really good points, you know? I am racist! No, 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 it's like more nuanced than I am racist! No, no, he's got like a lot of nuance to him, dude.
I'm gonna change out the water. Is that the source of don't ask a Nord what their wife is? Don't ask a true son of Skyrim what race his wife is. Skyrim belongs to the Nords! Not you lifts her tail. No, 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 never you. What's that? It's me, Ulfric Stormcloak. You're a dark elf wanting to join the Stormcloaks? Shouldn't you have better things to do? Like stealing? 10 hours of Ulfric Stormcloak race profiling. I was about to ask who is more racist, Dagoth or Ulfric Stormcloak, and I know the answer. It's Dagoth by a long shot. It's me, Ulfric Stormcloak. Welcome to Windhelm. I don't know why suddenly I'm German. I saw a dark elf baby on my way here, and it took everything in my power to not do something incredibly illegal. But we don't really count dark elves here in Windhelm as actual people, so I suppose it would have been fine. Oh! That's not what I wanted. How? Oh my god. Oh boy. Ava, I had an epiphany. What's your epiphany? Do a sister of battle stream? I've never done cosplay before, so it would be an interesting one. My upstairs neighbor stomps to a point where I don't know how you stomp like that if it's not on purpose. Love that. Love that. Excuse me. So chat, I don't think there's going to be a lot of art for High Elves. Like art that I make. Because there's not a lot of excerpts. In fact, there's like one that I can actually think of. But that's alright. We'll do it live and make our own art then? I mean, technically that's what we're doing right now. You know, we're gonna name this elf, we're gonna name him Corliss. No, Corliss with a C. Raid. What's happening? Holy! CK Nor? Connor? Hello, welcome everybody. We're just doing a bit of painting right now. We're painting an elf. It's like, let me just finish this layer. Hello, hello, welcome. My name's Ava. I do a show called Explaining Warhammer to My Girlfriend with my lovely significant other, Carrie. Right now we're doing some B-roll footage for an upcoming video on High Elves. I'm painting a High Elf right now. This guy is from Kothic. He's got a cool hippocampus shield. We're just working on getting the base coats down. We're gonna wash him and then relayer, and then he'll be bright and colorful and beautiful. Hello, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. Hippocampus? Yep. I didn't know what the creature was called. And Carrie told me they're called hippocampi. I think Carrie might be messing with you. No. It's just hippocamp, if I remember. Not a hippogriff? No, hippogriff is the horse bird. Horse bird eagle. I was thinking kelpie. I missed the giveaway talk. Want to talk about it again, Ava? Giveaway? What are you talking about? There's no giveaway. I don't give away things. I'm selfish. Hippocampus is the brain, right? Yeah, but like, from what I understand, it's also the creature. Ava is giving away a Battle Force box to anyone who donates over 200K to Carrie's GoFundMe. Well, A, the GoFundMe is closed. B, what? I never agreed to this. Huh? Alright, chat. We're gonna start adding a wash. Here's what we're gonna do. The robes is going to be the most difficult part. So let's wash everything except the robes right now. We're going to take coal black, which is right here, and we're going to thin this down incredibly. We're going to make this into a wash consistency because I don't like how washes look. I do like washes, but I don't like the washes that are advertised as washes. You know what I mean? Because I feel they're too shiny. I've tried them from GW. I've tried them from Army Painter. I think they are too shiny. Yeah, good for metals. Not for much else, in my experience, in my opinion. Is it Easter? Yes. Too much Easter morning wine, Ava? You don't remember you said this earlier. I don't trust less than :3 in my chat. I don't trust that. That's like the mark of the beast. Also, I don't really drink all that much. Another thing I really like about making my own wash consistency is that I can control how thin or how thick it is, you know what I mean? But mostly it comes down to the finish. I also specifically like using coal black as a wash because it's so matte in its finish that after we're done with everything, it's gonna look like it's really dulled down, which is what I want, especially for shadows. There's a Chinese place near me. Speak Chinese. Right now. Blah, 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 we get it, paint hipster. I'm just explaining in case people don't know! I'm not a paint hipster! I'm not a paint hipster! In your effort to change, you became exactly what you hated. An elitist. No! No, it can't be. Whenever somebody starts talking about, like, no, it's not true, all I can think of, and this is because it's just such a core part of my goddamn brain, there is a specific part in Drakengard where the sister Furii goes, "No, it's not true. You lie." It's just in my brain forever. Now, the context of that scene, very fucked up. What's happening in that scene? Very fucked up. No! He's got black lipstick, bro! Get out of there. Ha 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 ha. The day is saved. He's perfectly fine. Bro was like, maybe those dark elves have a point for like 10 seconds. Chat, help me, because I don't know how... if this has happened. So, Warhammer Fantasy nerds, I call upon you. I summon you. Has there ever been a case of a high elf leaving Ulthuan? I know there must be one, but I'm wondering if there's a named character. A high elf leaving Ulthuan to go join the Druki. Because I know the opposite. I know Elitha Nar was a big supporter, well, his family was a big supporter of Malekith, but then when things got way too much, he and his boys were like, we're out. But then the kingdoms were like, you're sus. We don't really trust you anymore. And he was like, all right, I'll just become the scariest motherfucker on the planet then. What did I say, Carrie? I was like, the High Elves tell boogeyman stories about the Dark Elves, but the Dark Elves tell boogeyman stories about Alethanar. They're like, he's gonna fucking get you, dude. Oh, sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. I'm sorry. Technically Calidor? Which Calidor? Not Dragon Tamer. Not my goat. Oh, whatever. End times, who gives a shit? You asked, that is fair. But I didn't like the answer, so therefore do it again. Again, I say, chat.
Again, I say!
Now, the hippocampus looks like garbage right now, but that's okay. Fix it. But I want to get that strong black line to really make the heraldry pop. And then we can just relayer over it. Easy peasy. Okay, Calidor. I'm sending my chudling after you. Oh, Vivi. While this is drying, I can show this off. Vivi, I assembled some other things. So, we've got a dwarf for the dwarf video. This is going to be really fun because it's mostly just going to be metallics and dry brushing, and then we get to work on the beard. We've got a boy. I drilled the barrel. Very fun. Very good. We've got the lady for Elves Part 2. We're probably going to paint her like Avalorn. Well, we're doing like a sea green for this guy. Let's maybe make her like into a... maybe sapphire. go like blues and purples. And then we have the best one. Yeah. Fish Knight, whatever. Fuck that. Him. The main character. It's him. Fish Knight. Again, lots of metallic base coats, then dry brushing. Also, I need to re-glue his arm because it's like this right now. But yeah. I like elves, chat. I think elves are cool. I think if you don't like elves, that's perfectly valid. Ava, in the next batch, do you want a random pile of those little guys? Of the gargoylians? No. No. That's alright. For carry? Maybe. Okay. Let's get to relayering that. Well, what should we do first? What should we relayer first? I think we should relayer the metallics first. Metallics seem like the thing to relayer first. Actually, out of this house, ghost. Be gone from this house, ghost. Eli. It's me, Eli. Is there an Alariel model? Yeah. But we're gonna just paint like a normal wizard. We'll put her in the colors of Sapphire. So blues, purples, pinks. Like a pinkish purple. Anyway. Here's how we're gonna base coat this. We're gonna do equal parts magnesium and silver. Oh, you said Ariel, not Alariel. No, not that I'm aware of. But I also am not very familiar with the Wood Elf models. I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Equal parts. Faye, take this, man. Ah! Lol, 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 lol. The Bretonians worship our god. Lol, 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 lol. Fucking idiots! AoS fans looking at old world high elves like, how can I enjoy this? There's no crack. We're just gonna relayer the metals. Did you ever enter Golden Demon model painting? No. I don't think I ever will. I just don't really paint for the competition aspect or anything like that. I just paint because I like painting. It brings me joy. It brings me entertainment, meditation. No, when I'm painting, it's my time to relax. It's my time to think. If I had to worry about a competition, I don't think I'd really enjoy it that much. Dude, I gotta tell you, the Skyrim OST for this stream was the correct decision. I am vibing, bro. But think of the power. Are you trying to worm-tongue me into entering into Golden D?
Sire, sire, think of all of the riches. Think of the sword, sire, sire, think of the sword.
Pure silver.
This guy's trying to carve out a small piece of happiness and relaxation, despite the horrors. Get it! Computer! Change this man's mental state to let him know that everything will be okay. And also...
You know what to do. Oh, fuck. I forgot to upload that short today. I forgot to schedule it. Whoops. I'll get on that right after these highlights. I'm the worst boyfriend in the world. Do you think of the extra YouTube monetization and traffic from the Ava Goes to Adepticon series? But I don't really want to. I appreciate the compliments, chat. I just don't really... I don't know. I don't really... have the urge, I suppose. I think I'm perfectly happy just doing live streams where people come in and they ask questions going like, how do I paint XYZ? And I go, I don't know, but let's learn together. I appreciate the compliments though, it's very kind. I think everybody can be a good painter. Just take some practice. Okay. That's the silver armor done. Now I gotta go get the water changed and then upload that short that Carrie worked hard to make. So I'll be right back. I will leave you with some stuff. Sup? We're back. We're back to that sea green. Ava, would you buy an Exodite's kill team? Are you asking me if I would buy cybernetic dinosaur riders with like a hella wood elf in space aesthetic? Do you even know me? Do you even know me? Of course I would buy that. All you gotta say is space dinosaur. I'm fucking in. All you would need, hear me out. Here's the kill team. We're also gonna mix some white into this. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna out of this house. have like a team of maybe like let's say 7 Exodites. The leader is a wizard, obviously, but like wood elfy, right? And then you put a cyber velociraptor as the like pet. No, chat, you can't do Farseer on Triceratops. Again, we're talking about Kill Team. Kill Team doesn't have like big units like that. That's not what happens. We gotta be realistic in our expectations. I'm highlighting. Kill Team usually doesn't have entities that are riding or in vehicles in general. Like it's infantry, right? So at most you get like a companion animal. I think Exodites would be an awesome addition to 40k and help bring back the... Well, not necessarily bring back, but like remind people that this is a setting that is fucking silly and weird and fantastical and amazing and fun. I keep getting distracted from breakfast, and now it's more like lunch. That's fucking true. That's damn true. This color is really helping the green read as seafoam green. You know what I mean? Like, this is almost like a Sons of Horus type green. Good morning again. I had a nap for coffee, but not time for coffee too. Now time for coffee too. You're adorable. Chat, this reads way more as sea green now, right? Bro is on the oceans. This song makes me powerful because it was the first fight I practiced until I was good at it. Yup. Adding a little more white to the mix. And I'm just going to use it as like a dot highlight. Here's a trick, chat. If you want to add a bit of gold details on something that is already completely silver, here's what you do. Locate what you want to be gold. In this case, it's this little ribbon part here. I'm going to use snakebite leather on it, and watch what happens. immediate, like, goldish bronze. I don't want too much gold or yellow on this because I want it to read as, like, very ocean. So lots of cool tones. Now. I'm gonna move on to the blue. Regal Blue from Army Painter. If I can get it open.
Boy, if I can get it open, what the heck?
I can't get a grip on it. Oh, there we go. Oh, dried paint in the cab. That's what happened.
Excuse me. Evil Sun Scarlet. Oh, yeah. Titania's fight is fucked up if you don't know what you're doing. I never did the EX. No, I did, but we unsynced it because I'm a little fucking... I'm a little creature. I just want the dragon. But I'm patient.
Arctic Gem. Final highlight for the blue. Neat. I bought a box of High Elf Spearmen when I was about 10. I don't understand you had to put... I didn't understand you had to put them together and paint them yourself. Yeah. Yeah. This isn't from GW. This is from Highland Miniatures. Just because of what BB had on hand. But, I mean, she gave me one with Hippocampus shield, so I guess we decided to make it into Gothic. It's gorgeous outside today. It fucking is. Over here, it's gorgeous. I might go on a grand exodus. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I got it. I ate all my salad yesterday. I've had Greek salad like most of the week. I don't know how hot or cold it is outside, but I suppose I'll find out. Alright. Arctic Gem from the Army Painter for the last highlight of our blue. decided to go brighter. White, blue for the final step. Just need a bit of it, just a teeny tiny drop. Hey, but if you could make any GW resin / fine cast out of plastic, what would it be?
Everything.
Let's glue the shield on. Trazen, damn it. I bet Trazen is coming 11th. I thought he would come 10th. 'Twas not the case. Before we glue the shield on, there's a bit of work we need to do. We just need to base it brown. Time to Katamari.
Feels so good. 素敵なアフタヌーン。プラチナみんな yeah。固めて転がす I love you いつでも smile for you。君だけにラム。Hey so 頑張らなくちゃ。お揃いの T シャツ手編みのマフラーと ハートウォーミング目白押し左へ Say goodbye バイバイみんな固めてしまいましょう奮発しちゃいますこんな日は歌って踊ろう主役は僕だけど It's my way It's my way ななななななななな塊魂ななななななななな塊魂ララララララララ塊魂ラララララララ塊魂塊魂
Out of curiosity, search the internet prices in America. You guys have it cheap? Yep. I have to pay $130 a month in Switzerland? Jesus. Is it at least fiber?
The super glue!
We got there. We're almost done. We really just need to do the robes. What am I gonna do for the robe? Oh, I know. The Ultramarine armor mix. This is a mix of Pro Acryl glaze medium, Pro Acryl glaze medium, and what is that color? Payne's Gray Wash. Payne's Gray Wash mixed with Pro Acryl glaze and wash medium. And a little bit of water. As you can see, it's pretty thick. Alright, we're gonna give this some time to dry, and we'll layer back up our robes. But as you can see, it's like just a bluish gray wash. The glaze and wash medium is pretty... like, you can really touch it up. And what's nice is because it's in a bottle, the glaze and wash medium, you can adjust the ratio between the glaze and the water to your liking. I want this to be pretty thin, so I added a little more water. The main purpose of this is to just shade that robe. And then we'll layer back up with some white, and then he'll be done. But for now, we need to just wait. So this will be a good opportunity to take a little break, but we just chill. Carrie sent me something. What'd she send me? She sent this to me and said, "Me when you have your own streams." Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll go to the grocery store later. But right now I'm just kind of... I am eepy. I think after this I'm going to rest for a while. The seal of unapproval. Yeah, I think I'll go to the store later. Do anything in the hobby store? I don't think so. She's typing. Me when someone is mean to my BB. It's fucking true. It's true. Y'all think I'm the mean one. Y'all think I'm the aggro one. No, no, no. I've seen Carrie go off. You know what the worst thing about Carrie's going off is? She's fucking accurate. Stores might close early for Easter. That's a good point. 1 minute. Let me check my grocery store nearby. I have to do it on here because the, what's it called? The, the thing, the dingle hopper, you know, the camera. I was afraid this was going to dox me, but this map actually has no idea where I'm at, so this is actually fine. Easter might affect these hours, closes 9 p.m. Okay, well, I'll go... It is the afternoon. How about this? I'll take like an hour after we're done streaming, because all I need to do is layer up the robe. I'll take like an hour to rest, get some food in me. It's like a 15-20 minute walk. I'll get my stuff, head home. Easy peasy. God, dude, such a shape. I forgot. I sent this to Possum last night at 8:03 p.m. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh. I also found this. And I... Huh. I don't like... what I'm 90% sure is AI Frieza human Sona. I don't like that. I don't like that. Awful. I don't like this. That's Frieza, right, chat? It's the same color palette. It's like the same facial structure. Yes, okay, thank you. I'm not crazy. That's fucking Frieza. What's a freezer? I'm gonna freak the fuck out. Oh, Frieza? You want to talk about Frieza? What did I come back to? I found this last night and I don't know what to make of it. Hold on, Katamari. Paso sent me this last night. This is during D&D, and I had to pretend that I wasn't looking at it while dialogue was happening.
That was too far. You killed him without even giving him a chance. Spare me your morals, Kakarot. I eliminated a threat.
That's fucking good. That's fucking golden right there. That's pretty fucking good. Oh. Kothic. Where's Kothic? There's Trace. So, Carrie, I mentioned Trace with the big white lions. Trace is a wild land of dark forests and rugged mountains. All of its folk are skilled hunters, for an elf possessed of sparse woodcraft is not but easy prey for the ferocious lions and other savage beasts in the Thracian lands. Most famous of all Thracia's warriors are the White Lions, veteran woodsmen of Thrace who serve as the Phoenix King's bodyguard. This song is oppressive. There we go. It is a dream of all young Thracian warriors that one day they earn the right to wear the lion pelt and serve at their monarch's side, a calling that drives them to prove their valor whenever possible. Opportunities for such glory are commonplace, for Thrace is a land of almost permanently war, if not against the Dark Elves seeking passage to Ulthuan's inner kingdoms, then against the beasts that dwell within its borders. Whenever the winds of magic rise and the creatures of chaos stir from their slumbers, only the bravest warriors dare enter the dark heart of the Thracian hinterland. That's not AI. I follow that artist. That is Frieza. Jesus. What is this? Carrie, what is this? Boyfriend falls down a flight of stairs into oncoming traffic and gets hit by cars. One of the cars also has a bomb inside. What? It's only 59 seconds. Red is the dominant color of Thracian heraldry, signifying the blood its people spill, not only in defense of their own land, but for all of Ulthuan. Very cool. This is the one that we're painting today, Kothic. This was the main inspiration, this fellow right here. Ivris, a land of mist shrouded in an expanse of rolling hills and hidden valleys. It's a sparsely settled realm with a comparative handful of towns and only one major city, the glorious towers of Tor Ivris. The soldiery of Ivris is therefore a grimmer cast of mind than warriors from other lands, for their eyes have borne witness to much that mortal creatures were never meant to see. Thus have the warriors of Ivris gained a reputation for holding the line where others do not, a glimmer of deeper resolve forged in battle against the most unearthly of foes.
Yeah, here's the gates. I didn't really mention the gates in the episode that we recorded, so don't expect to hear them. I do name drop Griffin Gate because one of the Phoenix Kings was known as Hero of the Griffin Gate. But here's the Eagle Gate. One of 5 great fortresses. Here's the Griffin Gate. Banging color scheme, though. God, the fucking, like, pink. That's like a dark pink. It's kind of like a light purple, dark pink, you know what I mean? The Unicorn Gate. The Dragon Gate. The Phoenix Gate. Oh. Beautiful creatures. It's unfortunate we can't tell what's AI anymore. Yeah. Yeah. This is fantasy or AoS? This is fantasy. You can tell because the art looks old as fuck. Illyrian. A land of open plains and swift horses. Of wild storms that clear as quickly as they break. This kingdom is home to perhaps the most hot-tempered of the High Elves, for the Illyrians are easily roused to angry words and deeds should they feel that they, or their rightly famed horses, have been slighted. The Illyrians are the finest horse masters in Ulthuan, and their unparalleled Reaver Knights are in the continuation of a proud tradition from the days of Calidor the Conqueror. Although their land is protected by the Ring of Anuli Mountains and the Great Gates of the Northern Passes, the folk of Illyrian must always be on their guard. Dark Elves covet the wild black horses of the Illyrian plains, and often launch raids merely to capture those steeds for their own. Worse, the Nagarothi care not for the horses of other colors, and simply slay them out of spite if they can. Thus, okay, that's so on brand for fucking Dark Elves. They're like, no, I only want the black horse. No, I only want the black ones. That's so fucking... Of course. The Bretonnians of Elves. Technically, the Bretonnians are the Elves of... Well, the Elves are the Bretonnians of everything because the Bretonnian society is based on the fact that they found ancient Elven ruins and built their society upon those ideals and shit that they found within there. They saw, like, this art and was like, dude, we should do that. La 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 la. Oh, no, not yet. La 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 la. Avalorn. The spiritual heart of Ulthuan. This is where the Everqueen hangs out. One of the coolest kingdoms. It's forever summer, which I did not know till yesterday, because I was reading through this. I found this PDF. It's forever summer in Avalorn. Very cool. There are many shrines hidden to Isha throughout Avalorn. It's to these that the citizens levy muster in times of conflict. Each banner depicts the key icons of the shrine from which it marches to war. Common symbols are the weeping eye and bleeding heart of Isha. The dragon motif upon the point of this sword, upon this shield, shows the bearer has fought as a part of the Dragon Gate's garrison. Oh, cool. It's a fun little detail. Satire, which is... God, the color scheme is so good. Satire is the land of magic and wizardry, where careful study of puissant wisdom bring greater honors than battle ever could. All the princes and nobles of this land are mages of great power, and it is said that magic... rather than blood, flows through their veins. Yet wisdom and wizardry alone will never be sufficient in a land to keep a land in safety. The Sapphire does not neglect martial ways. Its spear and archer regiments are as well trained and numerous as those of other lands, and a good many of nobles are dedicated to the arts of battle as they are to esoteric practices of magic. Indeed, the wisdom of Sapphire takes many forms, And not all of them are tied to sorcery. All manner of wisdom can be learned within the cloistered chambers of this kingdom, from grand strategy of the tactics of desperation, from spellcraft to the shattering of siege works. To challenge the armies of Satire, therefore, is to invite a swift, but impeccably inflicted, defeat. Almost all of the princes bear crescent tokens of Lilith, goddess of dreams and visions, for few mages can know success without her favor. The banners of Sapphian princes often make reference to Lilith on her symbol, or her symbol of the crescent moon. It is not uncommon for the goddess to be depicted wielding two swords, Alinor, or bringer of knowledge, and Vailanor, the bringer of power, for these are the weapons she places in the hands of those who observe her worship. And also just gives a gem to the future Everqueen because, fuck it. Hey, kid. You seem like you know what's going on. You seem like you've got the stuff. The robes of mages often bear the stars of the night sky, a silent testament to Lilith, patron of dreamers and sages, and to Morai Heg, the crone goddess, who set the stars in the heavens. Very cool, very cool. God, the Pantheon.
Okay, so this is what I meant by there's only a couple elven gods you need to give a fuck about. You can pretty much get to 6 and then stop. Well, there's also Cain, but that's a different thing. God.
God. The deities of the elves are divided into the Kadai, the gods of the heavens, and the Sithari. Sithari. I've never actually had to say it out loud. Kythari? Scythari, the gods of the underworld. And Ulthuan worship is given most freely to the Sadai, for the High Elves consider that these gods and goddesses represent the nobler sides of their natures. Accordingly, representations of the pantheonic mandala is used in Ulthuan place Assyrian at the center of things with an inner circle of Kadai. Kithari? Thank you. With the inner circle of Kadai arrayed around him, the outer circle is reserved for the gods of which the elves disapprove, or else core warily. The dark elves and wood elves also represent their deities using the pantheonic mandala, but they place They place many gods differently within its circles. Why is there a full sign chart for the elven gods? Because of what we just talked about. But again, the only one you really need to give a fuck about are these ones, and then Cain. Sometimes Morai Heg, but even then, like, not really. And even within this ring, you only really need to give a fuck about Assyrian, Isha. That's it, really?
Sword Master of Hoeth.
The Swordmasters of Hoeth have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of martial perfection. They train ceaselessly with their slender greatswords, seeking to master every nuance of strike and counterstrike. A Swordmaster's first duty is to the Tower of Hoeth, and the lore masters who study within. Accordingly, the tower features on almost every banner in some form or another. Nevertheless, each warrior is always eager to wield his sword in the Phoenix King's service, for it is such battles that his skill will truly be tested. Every Swordmaster's weapon is forged specifically for its wielder. The smiths of Hoeth take the recipient's height and stance into careful account when shaping the blade, and decorate the hilt, tang, and pommel with only cloths and gemstones auspiciously linked to the wielder's hour of birth. It is rare, therefore, for two swords to be exactly the same. Everything is unique to you. Only a spear regiment assigned to guard a mage is entitled to bear the image of Lilith upon its shields. Others carry the symbol of the crescent moon or another one of the 7 stars of Hoeth.
The Tower of Hoeth is a source of great pride for all Sapphirean elves and appears in some form or another on many banner and shield designs. Ah, Phoenix. Ah, the Phoenix. The noble Phoenix. And here's the Phoenix Guard. Gotta make sure that little fucker doesn't come back. The Shrine of the Creator is the holiest place in all Ulthuan. It is within this great pyramid temple that each new Phoenix King is crowned, at least should he pass unharmed through Assyrian's sacred flame. The Shrine of Assyrian is watched over by the silent warriors of the Phoenix Guard. Only they of all mortals have witnessed the full wisdom of the Creator. I love the capes. The capes with the Phoenix iconography, very fucking cool. Famous regiments. The Revenants of Cain. The site of the Altar of Cain and the resting place of the Widowmaker, the Blighted Isle, is the sacred grounds to both High Elves and Dark Elves. The battles that rage across its shore are amongst the most bitterly contested of any age. Riding a Phoenix. Hope those riders have some serious fireproof saddles. Magic! I simply tech it. Worst of those battles are fought by the Revenants of Cain. These warriors of Nagaraith have lost all family and friends to the endless war and have now sworn to defend the Shrine of Cain from their black-hearted kin. Though other elves admire the Revenants and their unceasing determination, they also find them unsettling, for a shadow of Cain lies heavy upon every Revenant's vengeful heart. Yo, man, you good? Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to kill more Dark Elves. I just need to kill more Dark Elves. The Mistwalkers of Yvris. The Mistwalkers are rangers who patrol the valleys and hills of Yvris, longbow and sword ever ready to repel demons who lurk within the magical mists. Since their inception by Moranin? The text's a little blurry there. Of Athel Tamara, the Mistwalkers have recruited from the Sons of Nobility rather than the citizen levy. Many of Yvris currently reigning princes saw their first battles from within the Mistwalkers' ranks and honed their steely nerve in battle against the demonic horrors of the Shrouded Hills. The Mistwalkers are not an official part of Yvris' armies, but still owe fealty to the Warden of Tor Yvris. No other prince knows the full truth of Yvris' plight, that the kingdom is held from ruination only by the deeds of the gray-garbed Mistwalkers. And then we've got outposts all throughout the world. All throughout the world. Very cool. What's Eatane's deal? The mightiest of the kingdoms. Yeah, whatever. Even the way it is, Eatane is a land rich beyond dwarven avarice. Its merchants and emissaries are... Okay, yeah, it's mostly associated with the Syrian. They point as proof to the Frostheart Phoenixes that nest near their coastline's cliff tops, and more significantly, that Eatane has suffered considerably less than the other kingdoms during the 6 millennia of near constant war. Thus, do all princes of Eatane consider themselves touched by the divine in one way or another, a state of affairs only exacerbated by the fact that the Phoenix King's court is based in Eatane's capital, Lothern.
Do you know what the one thing stopping me from getting into High Elves is? I'm going to be so real with you. I love dragons. I love dragons a lot. And I'll tell you what the problem is. Phoenix, hold on. Phoenix, awesome mini. Lovely mini. Gorgeous. Fantastic. I adore this thing. Frostheart Phoenix, even better. Adorable. Amazing. The fucking snowflakes on the wings, gorgeous. Fantastic. We love that. The Phoenix itself, the regular Phoenix, awesome. Amazing. Love that. Let's look at the dragon. Let's look at the dragon.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Not a fan. Not a big fan of that. Looks a little too goofy for me. For me personally, little too goofy for me.
You can have it with no armor on.
Yeah, just a little dinky, just a bit dinky to me. No, thank you. Tactical rock. I mean, yeah, it's better than a flight stand in my opinion, but yeah, I don't know. I feel if I would want a refresh of any old world kit, I don't know. Like, I think, actually, hold on. Because here's something that I know. Here's something I know. Watch this. Hey, do you remember that awesome fucking vampire that came out? Do you remember that? The one on the dragon? Mr. Vordry himself. Where's Mr. Vordry? Don't be sold out. Don't be at the very bottom because he's sold. There he is. Prince Vordry. So apparently, people found that the person who sculpted this, they found their LinkedIn profile, right? Because obviously it's like, oh my god, you're a fucking master sculptor. Holy shit, what the fuck, right? Around the time this came out, people were closely looking at their LinkedIn. And a couple months after Prince Vordry came out, their LinkedIn changed from like sculptor on the AoS team to sculptor on the Old World team. So... Curious. Dragon.
Just a gorgeous fucking mini. Just gorgeous. And already people like people are already abducting AoS minis and just using them in Old World.
Like that's already happening, so fuck it, right?
And vice versa. Yeah, of course. Oh. 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 Oh.
Jesus Christ!
There's a warp fire dragon.
It's not bad, but like, I don't know. Just the proportions look a little... It looks a bit dinky.
I think a lot of the Old World models look adorable, and I kind of hate them. And like if I got this as a gift, I'd be like, oh, thanks, and then it would probably stay in a box for much longer than the person who gifted to me probably would prefer. God, the Manticore is so much.
To make those dragon maids with holes in the wings must be pretty problematic. I mean, I don't know. Like, I think it's just you look you look at these, like these were hand sculpted. You know what I mean? Like, the technology has come so far since these kits that, like, I need the old world team to have the moment where they too, like the AoS team, the shackles just they fade away and they are just unleashed. You know what I mean? And we've already kind of seen that with, let's look at the nope, wrong one. Let's look at the Empire of Man, because we've seen what a newer kit in like the classic style looks like. Look at this fucking thing. Holy, bro. And also, like, literally everything in Cathay.
Just give me literally everything.
This fucking guy, dude. It's perfect. Yeah, I think everything in Old World should get a refresh. In a perfect world, everybody gets a refresh. Everybody gets everything they wanted. Hold on. Let's literally do a direct comparison. A, B. A, B. A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. Jesus Christ. Again, this is great. This is awesome. But the difference is night and fucking day, bro. I'm sure there's a lot of people who would vastly prefer this one rather than this one. I'm sure. But personally speaking, I want that newer one. Jesus Christ. More like night and day. That's fucking funny. My one worry is if they refresh all of the stuff is I need GW to hold back their sculptors a little bit, because the number one thing about Old World, it's similar to Horus Heresy as well. Your basic rank and file cannot have that much detail. They need to be very easy to paint. They need to be batch paintable, because if they're not, we're fucked. Speaking of batch painting, the wash should be dry now. Oh, it is. Alright, so we're taking bold titanium white, we're adding our final layering across the white robes, and then, the fella is done. Slapchop makes everything easily batch paintable. This is true. This is true. don't mind if there's a bit of texture on robes. I actually I think it helps sell the illusion that it's cloth. Yo, con video when? I'll tell ya. He's one of the last Primarchs that get found, so not for a minute. Throw your car batteries into the lake.
kind of messing up the robe. It's not going well. But that's okay. It's a learning experience. I just know that I would probably approach it differently next time. But also, the most important test, does it look good from far away? If yes, who cares? I saw the Kill Team subreddit talking about this. And there was someone going like, here's my hot take. Just prime the mini at least. I don't care if you paint it. But for the love of God, at least prime it in a color or something. It feels much better to play against when there's two armies that are at least a color and not just gray plastic. And I was like, you know what? Fucking fair. Did the Elden Ring VOD get claimed on Twitch? I have no idea. Twitch is not telling me why the VOD is fucked up, but it's getting uploaded to YouTube, so don't worry. Hey Ava, my cat is watching. She's trying to paint a Helldrake. Good luck with the trim. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Elden Ring VOD. I think it's just Twitch being weird. I forgot it was free mini weekend again. Oh yeah, what is it? It's a ghoul, right? Sunday previews up now. It's mostly new Stodies and one Horus Heresy mini. Oh, well. Not mini book? Oh, whatever.
Me. Want to wait for the moot green to dry. Then we'll do another thin coat. But yeah, chat, I think the I think the painting's gone really well. Is that B-roll for both parts, or we got another mini for other part? We have another mini. We've got Wizard. I think what we'll do for this one is we'll do sort of like a slap chop style. I think that's what we'll do for this one. Yeah. It's trying so desperately to focus on the numbers. Focus. Focus. God damn it. There we go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Way too daylight. The camera adjusts for the lighting, and it bothers me a lot. As you can see, as far as like an elf goes, pretty good. I'm very happy with it. I really like how the sea green came out on the sashes. Oh, we forgot to highlight that part. Hold on. We can fix that. There we go. Yeah, I would probably put that on the table. I'd happily put that on the table with like a full like 10-man of spearmen that look just like this. All the like different shield colors probably. But like the consistency would be like the white robes, the green sea green sashes. Yeah. I think the most important step of this painting process, honestly, is to prime it white. Prime it white, or if you're not going to prime it white and you're going to do like a slap chop type thing, I think the first thing you should do is color the face in between the helmet with a contrast paint. I think that's the very first thing to do. Because if you do the metallics first and then the face, you're done. The robes are a challenge, but again, like from 3 feet away, whatever. It's not going to matter. Especially when they're in a crowd of like 10 other, or 9 to 10 other guys. I like how the shield came out. But yeah, I like the green. The green is by far my favorite thing about this mini. The sea green, that looks awesome. That looks really good. And that was just by mixing moot green and like a dark blue. That was just moot green and triumphant navy from Army Painter. Moot green from Citadel. Like, it gave us this really nice looking sea green. Might want to use Sons of Horus green if you want that like easy, like from the pot green. And then all I did was just add more and more white to the mix. Yeah. I'm very happy how it turned out. I was kind of nervous about doing the shield thing. I will say, if I were to get a high elf army, I don't want the shield details on there. I would rather do transfers, or I would rather do like just freehand. And I think the reason I feel that way is just because like I compare it to this ultramarine, right? With this, I have found doing the what would you say, embossed, the details that are actually like popping off the miniature are a little tougher to paint, in my opinion, than just slapping on a transfer. I say as I've never done transfers yet. But yep, that's a high elf chat. After, how long has it been? Almost 6 hours. Yep. 6 hours of mostly flailing around going, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh fuck, I'm fucking it up. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Yeah, there are definitely many ways to paint this faster. But for what it was, I enjoyed my time. I would paint another. I would paint another. This is about as close to real life as I can get the lighting. I will say, I think if I were to do a full army of like dudes that have like a ton of spears, I think slap chop might be the way to go, just in general. And then save like what we did today for like a character, or like a leader of a unit, a commander, you know. Everything else, fuck it, just get the paint on there. But that's it, chat. We're done for the day. I'm gonna go rest and eat some food, and then maybe head over to the store later. Thank you for coming on by. I hope you're looking forward to High Elves. May not paint tomorrow. We'll see. But next time we do come back, we're going to be painting a sorceress. We're going to be painting an Elven sorceress. And we'll probably do sort of like a more of a slap chop type underpainting technique for that one, because she has a lot of magic-y effects and a lot of robes. And I think using transparent paints is going to be the best method for that. But then, yeah. Alrighty. Thank you all for coming on by. Hope you learned something. Hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.